Okay, you guys. I'm a tiny bit, well, I'm not really hungover. I don't want to get ready and stuff. So I instead, I was supposed to start a new TV series on Netflix, ordered some really good sandwiches for New Year's and everything. But I'm just sitting here and I'm doing what I shouldn't be doing. I'm over analyzing the map that Copper Dan convinced Shiloh to sign. And at first glance, it's just, innocent on the surface, as per usual. Thank you, INFJ. It was Street's channel, remember? I was just trying to have fun with him and make his stream fun. So thank you for the kind comments, but Street was the one who graciously allowed me to do that. So yeah, I really appreciate it though. And I really appreciate Street doing the New Year's Eve countdown panel for all of us. Um, but yeah, before I get distracted, because I get distracted a lot, hold please. Check this out. Check this out. I at first I was like, I gotta be imagining or seeing things, right? Can you see that? Can you see that? Okay, you got the Omega. You got Shiloh Forrest old, 2022. And then I was like, okay, this whatever. And then I'm like, I even messaged him today and I was asking him, I'm like, sir, did you have one too many 48K martinis when you signed this map? Because I'm like looking at your signature and they're looking like squiggles to me, like absolute squiggles. And then I looked at it again and I was like, is that water? Like, I don't know if this is Shiloh's actual signature. If it is, I sincerely apologize. Right now I'm looking at it and it just looks like a polygraph or squiggles or water. You guys, to me that looks like water. And okay, not only that, but look right where Shiloh signed. He didn't just sign over Wyoming. He signed right between Casper and Shoshone, just like the chapter The Long Ride Home, which coincidentally enough, there are only two stamps in the book, The Thrill of Chase, written by Forrest Fenn, that specifically says somewhere, quote unquote, somewhere in Wyoming, and then somewhere, quote unquote, in Montana. Now, the Wyoming stamp has always been associated with Wyoming and the Long Ride Home, story about Skippy, Forrest and Skippy. And the other one has always been looking for Lois and Clark, right? And I keep like, I want so badly to try and understand this. And I feel like if Jack wouldn't accept, like, let's go out on a limb here and theorize that if you were the finder, your whole purpose was to become the supplanter for Forrest Fenn, because one, Forrest knew he was on his last leg, right? He knew he wouldn't be there forever. And I feel like he would continuously want to keep this going. And I know it's, people say, well, why would the family want to go through that? Why would they want to deal with the community? Like, look at this. Like, for one, the last paragraph, or not the last paragraph, it's not an epilogue, it's in the chapter Golden War. Forrest talks about why not have fun watching people look for the treasure while he's here, and then maybe again after he's gone. Okay, like those are two things that like always stood out to me. And now we have Shiloh. Shiloh, the grandson of Forrest Fenn, is being more vocal and communicating with people in the chase, including myself. And I, honest to God, still don't even understand or comprehend why he's doing it. Do I love it? Yeah, I do. I think it's awesome. But I'm also like, Shiloh Forrest Old is talking to me, and then he's talking to Copper Dan. He's signing maps just like Jack Steufen, just like his grandfather, Forrest Fenn. And he signed right at the part that shows Casper. I'm not tripping, right? That's his Casper. Casper. I know it's fuzzy, but that's his Casper. Casper, Wyoming. And then there's the little lake that happens to be an exact match to the shape that is on page 99 for the little canyon. I've talked about this with Ben before. So I've talked about this a few times before. So let's sit here. I was in Discord just theorizing, and then I decided, you know what, I can't just theorize on my own. I have to go live because, you know, I do my best thinking when I'm out. I'm on my live thinking out loud with you guys, right? And I'm thinking, one, we went from 2 omegas to 1 omega. And I know people are saying, oh, it's because of this. And P. Denver, love her. She's absolute such a sweetheart. She was like, oh, that was just, you know, Forrest was a friend with this person. And it totally could be. But I'm just sitting here thinking and theorizing. And I'm like, wait, the moment Forrest took out 1 omega was in the revised edition of Once Upon a While. And I remember that because in 2019, when I had the opportunity and the amazing chance to meet him at his house, he gifted me Once Upon a While, and I wanted the original. I was like, I want the original. And Forrest insisted. He insisted I take the revised edition instead. And the revised edition is the one that had only 1 omega. So think about this. Once Upon a While revised edition, if I'm not mistaken, was released. Hold on, let me actually look that up because I don't want to be wrong. So Forrest Fenn, Once Upon a While revised edition, publication, release date. Let me just real quick check this. Okay, when was it? Let me see. Okay. What was this one? Can I get a date, please? Huh. This collected works. Oh, heavens to Betsy. I'm pretty sure it was 2018. Okay, yeah, it was. So Once Upon a While was 2017. And then the revised edition was 2018, I believe. It wasn't 2017. There's no way he released in 2017. I remember it came out. Yeah, Once Upon a While, third memoir by Forrest Fenn. Yeah, exactly. So, oh, is that showing January 1st? Wait, what? No. Once Upon a While, third memoir, January 1st, first edition was 2017. Yeah, so the original Once Upon a While, the third memoir, came out on January 1st, 2017. What the hell? And I randomly am going down this rabbit hole right now, and I'm going live on January 1st talking about this. What? No. What? I'm starting to think I'm like plugged into the universe over here. Okay, so I'm kind of getting off track. So Once Upon a While, the original memoir was released in 2017. The revised edition came a year later after the first version was released. So again, that was in 2018 was the revised edition. And one major thing that stood out to everybody who was like, well, why should I purchase, you know, the revised edition if I already have, you know, the original Once Upon a While? And Forrest said, I messed up. We rushed too fast to get this to the printer, and I unknowingly left out one very important story, and that was the Dizzy Dean story. And everyone's like, oh, okay, well, I still don't understand or know why I would do it, but okay, I'll do that. And then you remember Douglas Preston saying, oh, there's clues in there, which always threw everybody off because we're like, how does Douglas Preston know there's clues? Douglas Preston doesn't know where it is unless he does, right? Well, long story short, the point is another major reason why people started getting very invested in the Once Upon a While release versus the revised is it was the cover art and then the Omega. It went from two Omegas, double Omegas. Thank you, Street. Here, I'll put the link if you want to hang out and talk some theory research for a bit. Let me see. Hold on. No, like the one thing that's really, really tripping me out right now, you guys, is Forrest took out one of the Omegas. And so what I'm trying to think or what I'm connecting is allegedly, if you believe in Jack Stoof, right? And like, I mean, multiple people in the family and everything like that are legitimizing Jack Stoof, right? I don't know how he did it, don't really care at this point, but they're saying Jack Stoof was there. Well, remember Jack Stoof told us he started the chase in 2018. And he allegedly, according to him, he already had it figured out. He knew exactly where Fenn wanted to die only 2 weeks into working on this thing. You could go on Jenny Kyle's website. I believe it's when they're discussing things with Jack Stoof that he actually comments on that, which again goes into the timeline of why on February 3rd, I believe, February 3rd or February 4th. Again, I'm terrible with dates. February 3rd or February 4th, Forrest said he had a gut feeling that the treasure would be found that summer. And that was in 2018. Okay. So if he has a gut feeling the treasure is going to be found in the summer of 2018, he has the Once Upon a While book, revised edition, created. And then he takes out an Omega, but there's still one Omega left. And they go to say, we agreed to say that the treasure was found in Wyoming, right? So we got two stamps in the book, Wyoming, and we have the story, The Long Ride Home. And then we have Shiloh Forrest Old, the grandson of Forrest Fenn, the creator of this treasure hunt, signing over Wyoming, specifically Casper, Wyoming. That tells you strictly that that is in regards to the long ride home. Is it possible that the reason why there's one Omega instead of two is because there's still one more chest to find? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but every single detail of everything that has been happening, specifically since 2018, and since the first Omega was taken out, the screaming absolute craziness, right? But that's the genius of having a method to madness, right? What if the next round is Montana? What if that is why Cal Laser's friend told him, Forrest said, don't make any bets, because they were trying to say Wyoming versus Montana. So what if Wyoming's off the board now? We've got the story of Skippy. We've got the story of, Cozumel, everything like that. That's off the board because the long ride home was the first destination. And I'm still trying to comprehend and make sense of 9 Mile Hole. I don't know what to make of it. Don't know. I don't know what to do with that. And I don't really want to focus too much on that because, it upsets a lot of people to begin with. But what I'm trying to figure out is why Shiloh Old is sitting here signing the map right at Casper. And it's like, it's a done deal, right? That the Wyoming chest has been found. That's been solved. It's over. So why is there another stamp mark that says somewhere? And why is it Montana? And why is it looking for Lois and Clark? And we know Smell the Sunshine has always been infatuated with looking for Lois and Clark. That was his main solve, right? Same thing with me. I used to talk to him about my theories on looking for Lois and Clark. But you know what's, or Lewis and Clark. And one really important detail is, okay, for one, for Wyoming versus Montana, you have this little lake right here. Remember, this is the map, I believe, from the one that Forrest released. That's why Copper Dan blew him up and did all that other stuff, right? That symbol is an exact match to the symbol from the page My War for Me, where it has the canyon with it looks like a little arrow pointing down. That is exact shape and outline of what you see in there. Okay, so another detail that I remember, if you were to ever to go back and read Forrest stories of Rumblings and Ramblings, I know that they weren't released until after his passing, but I have combed through those stories religiously, and I know every single detail. And one very important detail, what the hell? That's weird. One very important detail is that Forrest goes on to describe when he was shot down in Laos and he was debating on sticking around, getting rescued, going back to his family, or just walking to a beach somewhere and starting life over. He compared that experience with only one other one. When he was waiting for his brother Skippy to come back during the long ride home and pick him up. So you've got two stories that have combined together, okay? And somewhere between Casper and Shoshone, Forrest was abandoned by Skippy, and that was actually Hell's Half Acre. I have emails from Forrest after the chest had been found where he actually responds to that. And if you remember, if we're going to go off of the Reddit database pinging that Branded Man allegedly gave Ben when they were doing all the Reddit research, they did say that Jack was pinged at Hell's Half Acre. And we never understood why. I always was like, well, I know the Long Ride Home story is in fact Hell's Half Acre. I know that. The stamps for Hell's Half Acre are an exact match with a little bit of added detail to the stamps we have in the book. That's Hell's Half Acre stamps. Okay, so there's that right there. So you've got Shiloh telling me he can't wait for the drama to be over and for the fun to begin again. And he's saying like all these amazing things, more epicness to come. And Forrest telling, people before he passed away, don't make any bets on Wyoming versus Montana. And for a while I was like, what if it was pertaining to the border, right? He likes to talk about borders a lot. You got the border Wyoming, border Montana, like that's great. But how would that work? Because you've got two chapters with the stamps. The Long Ride Home, specifically stating somewhere in Wyoming, and then you have looking for Lewis and Clark for somewhere in Montana. Well, this one was found, and I want to go out on a limb and say it was Hell's Half Acre. That's something to do with it. I don't know if once you went to Hell's Half Acre, it directed you to 9 Mile Hole. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that, and I don't really want to take the brain power to try to. But what I'm saying is Shiloh signed right here, and those squiggles look like water to me. And then another piece of this map that people don't see is he signed for Santa Fe. He put underneath Santa Fe, New Mexico, he put home. And it's very fascinating to me that Forrest said, well, how do you start your journey? You got to get in your car and start it, right? And we all know Forrest lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I'm just like sitting here thinking, and I keep thinking that there's another game to play, and it's going to be Montana. And Shiloh might be the one to kind of be running things. I'm not kidding. Why else would he be so interested in communicating with Copper Dan, myself? And I'm not kidding. I send that poor man some really annoying, pointless bullshit questions all the time, and he'll view it and he'll ignore it, or he'll view it and he'll reply to it. Like last night, Ben was like, you need to ask Shiloh, because I read a book that Forrest actually won the bracelet in a poker game, and we all know it's pool. He said that he won the bracelet from Fred Harvey, Byron Harvey's nephew or something like that, in a game of pool, and that's why we want to do the pool tournament. So I messaged him that, and Shiloh responded last night, and he was like, pool. He was a pool shark. And I'm like, that is the coolest thing ever to hear. Because not only did I always compare Forrest to my grandfather, like I swear, my grandfather and Forrest are almost identical. They were so brilliant. They were pool sharks, apparently. I know my grandpa was one hell of a pool shark. According to Shiloh, his grandfather was a pool shark. My grandfather was always into history and philosophy, and this is why I talk about the stuff I do, because my grandfather got my mother into it, my mother got me into it, basically. So you got Shiloh just entertaining my crazy ass all the time, just like his grandfather did. Forrest was so entertained by my crazy ass because I would come up with most interesting like research on the reliquary chest, or I would send him all these random rabbit holes I was always down. And I always insinuated that, okay, it doesn't matter what I send him. He's not going to read all these. I felt so bad. When I met Forrest at his house in 2019, the first thing he told me was he definitely knew who I was because he had read every single email I have ever sent him. I can't even tell you how many emails I sent that poor man based on my research and my ponderings and trying to work my brain through the etymology of each word in his poem. And I was like, he's never going to read these. It doesn't matter. No, he read every single one of them. Why? That's just like, oh. Sorry, Street. I went on tangent. Hello.
What map or what picture are we looking here with signatures on?
So Copper Dan reached out to Shiloh and convinced him to sign the map that he purchased from Forrest, from Benchwork Maps or whatever, the one that was released with the poem.
Right.
He convinced him to sign the map so he could give it away at WSOF. It's not for the poker tournament. It's just for anyone who shows up to WSOF. They'll get it like a ticket or something, and someone will win this.
And that's his signature, right? What we're looking at?
I don't know what the hell that is, but you see it says Shiloh Forrest Old, and then it shows an Omega, and then it shows 2022. And then what you don't see, because I'm lazy and I'd have to go back and find the other pictures, he signed home underneath where it says Santa Fe. And then you got whatever this is, like a polygraph, squiggles, water maybe, because this looks like water. I don't think that's his signature, because I don't see an S. I don't see anything. I see squiggles. Like, again, I apologize if that's his signature and I'm totally bashing it, but I mean, this is a puzzle to me, and I'm just like, what in the hell?
I see six mountain peaks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it could be, or the teeth of the Rockies, like what Fenn mentioned before, or like water, because that kind of looks like waves to me, like squiggly waves, like in the chapter Stout-Hearted Men, underneath it shows like a wavy symbol, or it's not a wave symbol. The poem Stout-Hearted Men is created in a wave like font. Do you remember that?
Right. Isn't water in most maps, isn't like it's wiggly horizontal lines, like 3 or 4 of them on top of each other?
Yeah, that too, because that's also the symbol for Aquarius, which I'm part Aquarius on the cusp. And also I have a bathrobe that has a zodiac on it, and I was looking at it this morning and I was like, those are waves. And that's what made me like sit here and think, what the hell are these squiggles? Like that's not a signature. That's not a signature. I'm tripping out. And then the best part is you look right here, Street. Look right here. That says Casper.
Right.
And we all know the story about the long ride home is that Skippy abandoned Fenn somewhere between Casper and Shoshone. So why would his grandson just randomly decide I'm going to sign right here? And yeah, you could say, oh, it's because it's over Wyoming. Sure. But it's right there at Casper. And then look at the line. He puts like a line to go all the way down. Like it's like one starting point to another starting point. Like I this is driving me crazy. And then
It looks like a fishing pole with a string going down.
exactly.
And I don't
So
think nothing at this point in time, I don't think anything's randomness.
exactly. That's why I'm thinking, okay, why is there still only one Omega? We had two, right? We've always had two. And then in 2018, when Forrest decides I have to get the revised edition of Once Upon a While out now, he takes out one of the Omegas.
Yep.
He just bloop, takes it out. And he's like, you need this chapter on Dizzy Dean. And then it specifically shows the cover art of Once Upon a While was changed by adding, I think it was 2 or 3 stars. And when you do that, it creates a whole different type of star map. So it's like, okay, we know Jack was the one who says he figured out where Fenn wanted to die in 2018, specifically February 2018, which is why Forrest told Jenny Kyle on February 4th, oh, I have a gut feeling that the treasure is going to be found this summer, right? So let's just go out of the norm and have a hunch that the Omegas represent the chests. Well, he knew Jack was hot on the trail for the first one, right? And then something happened for him to say, oh, my gut feelings is going to be found. And then right at that time, that's when he takes the Omega out of the revised Once Upon a While edition. So why is there still one Omega? And why is there still one more stamp that says somewhere Montana?
I always thought the Dizzy Dean edition on Once Upon, and he came out quick. It was like within a year or so.
Yeah, it was.
I always took the Dizzy Dean edition and the subtraction of the Omega that someone has found it and Force is out of the picture now. Because like he said, once they find it, it's out of my hands. They can do with it as they please. Because the Dizzy Dean is about 10-foot platform. Forrest buys him a 6-pack of beer. He felt like there'd be a bunch of reporters coming down to talk to Forrest because he just got done talking to Dizzy. That's just how I interpreted it.
I still to this day have never read Once Upon a While, and I haven't read Too Far to Walk. I've read like maybe 4 stories in Too Far to Walk. I own all of the books, but I never wanted to overstimulate my brain with the other stories. The only other stories I would seek out were the ones from the Bozeman Daily Chronicle, and then the stories from his if you do the Wayback Machine from Fenn's blog, from Santa Fe blog. I never wanted to cloud my brain with anything that was outside the norm, right? So to this day, I still haven't done it. I have the books. They're in my they're in the garage. But I'm just like, I don't want to cloud my mind. But maybe I need to, because I swear to you, Street, I swear to you, I think there's gonna be another game. And it's not me talking on hope or anything or trying to support Galaxy and his double chest theory, because I always had double chest theory too. And that's why I started talking to Galaxy to begin with, because I'm like, okay, he's saying the same thing I am. I'm not the only crazy one, right? Well, now it's like Shiloh is kind of like signifying, okay, round 1 was good. It's over. My grandfather did that one. Now it's my turn. That's what it looks like. Why else would he be talking to my
Could
crazy
be.
ass for one?
Could possibly be.
And
I'm
what
with
what
you.
if this time?
The only book I read was The Thrill of the Chase. I haven't read the other three.
Okay, then we're on the same page.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, Street. Okay, we know Forrest was teaching us spiritual journey and everything like that because it gives us the long ride home and it gives us my war for me. But unfortunately, Forrest is gone now. And that spiritual lesson, I think he took with him. And now we got the grandson. What if this time land is an issue?
Yeah, land would be an issue this round. I would agree with that. Yes. Yeah.
And I think it's going to be solely talked about. And I know people are probably going to be like, what the hell is Candy doing? If she's got theories, if she's doing this, why is she giving it out? Again, I don't fucking want the chest. I don't. I just want to talk about the theories, the patterns I see, and what I think they're leading up to. And I think the story is going to be looking for Lewis and Clark. And it's going to be the story of Forrest and Donnie Joe. But then you got to think this, there's two separate times I've actually caught Forrest embellishing the wrong story. One of them was it's an old video at the Buffalo Bill Historical Society, and Davio is the one who has it. This is on his channel, and it's Forrest being interviewed, and they're asking about something, and he goes and brings up the Musketeer bars, you know, where he talks about like the no, not Musketeer, the Babe Ruth. I think that's what it was, right? The Baby Ruth.
Yeah, Baby Ruth, three of them.
Okay, so in the actually, let me pull up the email. I have the email I sent to Forrest because I was like, wait, you messed up here. And he was so feisty and mad for me insinuating this that he sent me back an entire PDF of all these wrong quotes, and it was all in red, like a teacher was grading my final or something.
So let me ask you again, what does that handwritten let Shiloh, what does that say underneath the scribbling?
It says Shiloh Forrest Old.
Is that his real middle name?
Yes.
I'll make this observation. All of his letters is uppercase.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what Forrest did.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like there's these patterns, and you see it too. There are these patterns that show or insinuate Shiloh is taking on his grandfather's role. I think Jack had the option and he passed. I think Jack was like, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Y'all are fucking crazy. I'm out. And so I think Shiloh, unfortunately, had to fucking take the place. And I think, again, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Shiloh start accompanying his grandfather in 2018 to the bookstore meetings and the readings and stuff like that?
I'm not sure when he started doing it. I'm not sure.
I'm
I
pretty sure.
don't think he was I don't think he was at Moby Dickens in 2013.
No, he wasn't. That's what I'm saying. Shiloh didn't start appearing with his grandfather until 2018, just like when the revised edition came out, just when Jack claims he figured it out, and just when the first Omega got taken out. If I'm not mistaken, I think that all coincided at the same time. So it's like there's these patterns that I can't unsee. And I mean, a part of me doesn't even want to say this because I don't want people to be like annoying and pestering Shiloh and stuff like that. But then again, I'm annoying and I pester him all the time. But it's like, to me, in my head, it seems like it's a game, right? So should I not even be saying anything right now and just be waiting for it to actually like maybe there'll be like an actual release for it? Maybe it will be revealed in Shiloh's book. I don't know. It's just I'm seeing all these clues and patterns right now. And for a little bit, I was like, nah, I don't want to be one of those weirdos that overanalyze this shit over nothing. You even see it too. There's just like these details that you cannot unsee.
As far as your question, until you get a communication saying different, I don't see any harm in this.
I mean, I did send him a message.
Isn't it basically like a forward in a book? Someone else writes it talking about the book, building it up.
Um, well, I believe when Christy was talking about how when I think it was her, Cynthia, and Shannon got the chance to, go out to dinner with Carl, Shiloh pulled up on his motorcycle, and I'm like, motorcycle, and joined them for dinner, right? And I guess according to Capro, he was kind of divulging with them what he was planning to add in his book once he released it and everything. And it would be about the community, it would be about his grandfather, it would be about his treasure hunt, but it would also be about Shiloh and his side of the family and his father and stuff like that. And right there, it sounds like, holy shit, Shiloh is making his own memoir. Doesn't that sound like it?
Kind of, yeah.
So it's like, what would be more fitting than the grandson of Forrest Fenn to be making his own memoir that also includes a treasure hunt, but this time is leading you to Montana or wherever, because it's his story now. It's like he was part of Fenn, and Fenn passed on. And when he passed on, is it possible Fenn passed this torch to Shiloh?
Possibly. That doesn't, like you indicated earlier, that doesn't mean people need to beat down his email or door or anything else.
Oh, I already said today on my community page, I made a post. I will be blocking, hiding, silencing anyone in this community who thinks that they can speak badly of Forrest's family or Shiloh and get away with it. I don't care if you're doing summarization or theories. There's a different approach you can do when making assumptions or doing research. You do not have to, degrade someone, disrespect them, mistreat them, falsely accuse them. So if I see any of that happening outside of my chat room, and then you come into my chat room, you will instantly be blocked, and I will not change my mind about it.
It always turned my stomach, man, since 2016 when they start bad mouthing him and his family, especially. And there, I noticed today, the usual suspects are still at it, man, bad mouthing them. It just sounds like a bunch of crybaby sore losers, man.
Yeah, and
And
I hate it.
yeah, it's gut wrenching. It really is.
And then, another interesting thing is when I hosted the 90th birthday bash Zoom party for Forrest, Shiloh was right there with his grandfather watching the entire time.
Nice. I've heard you say that.
So it's like, at first I didn't really think much of it because I was like, yeah, if my grandpa would have been cool, like Ben, and like did something, I would 100% I would kind of understand, being in Shiloh's shoes and stuff. But my grandpa didn't do that. He ended up dying before he could do something cool like that. And I'm like, I feel like I picked up my love of puzzles specifically from Forrest because he's the first one to teach me, okay, this is a treasure hunt, and then it looks so innocent on the surface, so simple. And then I just kept digging deeper and digging deeper and making so many profound connections. I'm like, oh my God. And the whole reason why I started the chase to begin with was I wanted to try and reverse engineer and see how he did it. Like, that's why I like to work on hunts to begin with, is to reverse engineer and see how the creator mapped out everything. And
I thought it was one of those, it's you had to live it and learn it to understand it. Like the Wizard of Oz with the shoes. Oh, she's always had it. She just had to learn herself. She's always had the power.
well, no, that's exactly what I was trying to get at. Because at first I was
Yeah.
like, what's this? But it's like you begin to learn. You're like, it's not just a puzzle. It's not just a box of gold. It's like something so profound, so deep, so historically mind-boggling. And that's what keeps me still here. It keeps me grounded. And so I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, Forrest gave us that. What the heck is Shiloh gonna bring? Because he's just as intelligent, if not more, than his grandfather. He's going to be like, there's going to be something.
Is he considered a millennial? How old
Yeah,
is he?
we're the same age.
Okay, so he's considered a millennial.
I just find it so fascinating. And I'm like, man, to be a fly on the wall or to be in his shoes. And then it doesn't it kind of look like Shiloh is kind of like not messing with us, but he signs a darn map that he knows is going to be analyzed, which it hasn't even been released yet, and we're already analyzing it. And so he puts all these like the Omega and home, and then a squiggle of water or whatever, like over Wyoming. Uh, I feel like he would be shocked if I wasn't bugging him saying, "What the hell is this?" Because I feel like he specifically did this so people could be like, "What the hell is this?"
When I first picked up the Thrill of the Chase and heard this backstory and all, I instantly, this is a mind game, man. And I indicated last night, life's life's a game, life's a mind game. You're playing it with yourself and others. Yeah, it definitely a game. But then people get all butthurt and say, "Oh, he's messing with me." He dared you to play a game with him. It's not your fault. I mean, it's not his fault. You took up his challenge to play his mental game, and it was a mental game. A treasure hunt with a poem as a map. Hell, that's poster child for mind game. Come on.
Yeah, but there's boundaries too. I know how to differentiate fact from reality, okay? And I know that if I even have an assumption or a theory, if it puts me in any type of danger or puts anyone else in any type of danger, I'm not going to entertain that, because it's not about gold fever. It's not anything about that. Like, you need to make sure that you are being smart and you're being respectful and you're not being fucking stupid.
Right. And unfortunately, part of learning can be painful, and learning is a mind game. It is. I've Teaching today is, guess what I'm thinking. That's what, like, the how can you teach me Spanish talking to me in Spanish? That's basically saying, guess what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, I'm not indicating that the thrill of the chase there was to hurt people. No, learning can be painful sometimes for some. It wasn't painful for me. I enjoyed every step of the way.
I mean, I don't think it's painful for me pertaining to Forrest and the puzzle or anything like that, and even like my spiritual journey. I think it was painful just trusting the wrong damn people throughout the years in this chase community.
That was part of the learning process, I think, built in for your game. You had to face it. Talking and reading about it, you're not going to implement it in your life. You have to live it. You have to fall on your face to say, "Oh shit, don't want to do that again." There's those red. Hell, I carry around a whole duffel bag of red flags, man. I got millions of them. Oh, red flag, all
Yeah.
because of learning the hard way. Hell,
So
the thrill of the chase itself, every story is learning the hard way. That's pretty much the moral of every story he tells in that. He learned something the hard way. And here's what he thinks about it as he's sitting back reflecting on it.
it just, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, so two, there were two chests. There are two chests. The chests represent the Omegas. Let's just hypothetical. One was already taken out of play the moment Jack started getting into the game. So there's one left. Or is there no left? Like, none of them left. Because I mean, I'm super sus of Matt DeMoss, especially because he's always been focusing on looking for Lewis and Clark, just like how I entertain that idea a lot.
Right.
Is it possible both of them have been found? And that's going to be like what's big breaking news or whatever for like the Netflix documentary? Because, Netflix has Matt 100%. And if they have Matt, Matt's associated with Justin. Cynthia's associated with Matt and Justin. So, Netflix has the LLC. No question about it.
Well, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. I took the two Omegas as, two can keep a secret if one of them's dead. Once someone finds it, it's out of my hands. He revised that once upon a while really quick, added Dizzy Dean and took an Omega off, and the star cluster changed. So
Mm-hmm.
it's in a different house, so to speak now. It's in a different house now, and there's only one here. I don't look at it as two chests. I do look at it as two treasures, but not two
So
chests.
so the same treasure with another
Treasures
opportunity.
bold. Treasures bold, plural. Treasures bold. I
Hmm.
think the treasure chest with the gold was the lure, and it goes right back to something found in San Lazaro as
Yeah.
as part of, and that's where trove comes in. Treasures plural in the first stanza equates to, so why is it I must leave my trove for all to
For all
see?
to seek.
Yeah.
Okay, let me build on that.
Yeah.
So again, you're saying, it's pertaining to that discovery in San Lazaro. I 100% agree with that. But then again, we also need to think Forrest was one, and he had a story he needed to tell. And clearly that story seems to be about his brother Skippy. Again, that's confirmed with rumblings and ramblings, and how he talks about how the only time he ever could compare the feeling of being shot down in Laos for My War for Me was when his brother abandoned him somewhere between Casper and Shoshone in the long ride home. That's the one with the Wyoming stamp, right? So his story is his brother's story. Now we have Montana. What can we do with that? We know that the original story was called God Protects Foolish Kids, and we know it's about getting people to go out there exploring, discovering things, stuff, right? And the original one was completely different to begin with. So who better than his grandson Shiloh to add to that or something? Like, I feel like the next round, and I swear to you, I feel like there's going to be a next round. I don't know if it's the same treasure, whatever. Maybe Shiloh is working with the LLC. I don't know. All I'm saying is I think that's going to have a huge play in whatever this is. So what discovery could lead to that?
Man, I don't know. Those are good questions. I don't know.
Well, because Lewis and Clark, they were part of the Corpse of Confidence, right? Was that the corpse
The
of
core
the
of
corpse of
discovery.
discovery? Yeah.
Yeah. The corp of discovery.
Did I say corpse?
Yeah, I think it's CORPS. Corpse.
Yeah, I don't mean like the dead body. I mean like corpse of discovery.
You were getting
Yeah.
dark. I was like, shit, this is a bad day, man.
Getting so dark. So dark. No, I'm trying to avoid that. It's 2023. Okay, so you've got the story. And what's fascinating too? Forrest had on his desk in his office this little chest filled with Sacagawea coins that he told me about because his friend Glenna Goodacre, or was it Glenna Goodacre? I think it was Glenna Goodacre. She was the one who designed the design for the Sacagawea coins. Those $50 that you see of Sacagawea and then her baby.
Yep, over her back.
Yeah. So he had like a whole plethora of those coins on his desk in this little chest. And it's like everyone knows Sacagawea is synonymous with Lois and Clark, right?
Right.
So that's another detail. So Glenna Goodacre created the imagery and the art for those coins. He had a little mini chest full of them. So there's got to be something to that too. It's like you think everything's so innocent on the surface, but then you start to see these patterns once you know where to look. So why did Glenna Goodacre create the coin for Sacagawea? How did she do it?
Honestly, I thought the references to map and like he's told stories about being in Africa and there's wars upon wars upon wars, how he tripped over at the waterfall. All land we walk on has stories, man. We just don't, we don't know who
Well,
walked
yeah.
there. Yeah, so that's how I always, which equated into the first finding the initial treasure chest. Land was not an issue. I thought it was a spiritual journey, You know how they did those sweat lodge? You don't actually, or astral travel
Oh
type
yeah,
thing.
Vision Quests.
Yes, yes. Um, but I thought it was just to get us to research into these areas and get, more aware of our surrounding. And then once we learn that, everywhere we go, you can't walk a place on this planet that doesn't have history before us.
Yeah.
And it goes back to that Astros, and it just all came together. It's spiritual. I'm still staring at this signature here, man. That's very interesting.
So I'm saying, like, and then what if, okay, think of this. What if Shiloh can't respond to me when I ask questions like this because it would be compromising the game? Just like with Forrest. Forrest never responded really to people who talked about solutions or anything like that because like digitally there would be like a digital paper trail of not playing fair.
I personally think this Shiloh book coming out, I don't think it's to, and what he's doing now, interacting and getting a lot of heat for it. I don't think he's doing it to further his own endeavors or the families. I think he's setting up for round two,
Yeah.
the big picture. But his family, this book is going to separate him and his family and let everyone know there's an anonymous person out here playing the game, and we have nothing to do with it. We just want to let you know. I think it's going to separate. That's just my opinion. I think it's going to separate him and his family from what's about to happen, the epicness.
I don't think it would separate. I think it would differentiate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It is their family. Yeah. Poor choice of words. Good. Yeah. Differentiate. And yeah. That way the heat's off them and it'll be directed where it should have been for the last 3 years.
And I think there's a expiration date too, just like how Fen, I believe, had an expiration date. And I think part of solving this first round of Wyoming was specifically only for June 5th, which sounds crazy, but it makes sense. Like, look, for as long as anyone can be able to recall, there has been a multitude of times where if people were looking to hide something or reveal something, they always did it with time. And Forrest says time so much. And TTOTC, it's like, how can you not, right? Time magazine. He's always talking about it. And when time is equated with the stars, but it's also equated with the dates. There's dates. And we know for a fact whoever found the chest, whether it be Jack Stoof or whoever, they reached out to Forrest, and Forrest reached out to Dale and other people and said, on June 5th, treasure's been found. I'm currently awaiting for photographic evidence.
Yep.
June 5th. June 5th is the stamp, not once, but twice. Again, double stamps. There is only 4 stamps in total in TTOTC that equate to that. There is somewhere in Wyoming, somewhere in Montana. Those are the 2 important ones because he said, I hid my chest somewhere in the mountains north of Santa Fe. Hello, somewhere are the 2. It should have narrowed down the 2 states right there when we were playing the first round because he's saying somewhere. And there's only 2 to play with, Wyoming and Montana. The second double stamps are June 5th. One is for the chapter Goldenmore, and then the other one is the story about Skippy. They're both June 5th. So is it possible the next time around when we're supposed to go find this thing again, if it is going to actually happen, we have to go for June 5th again? Like, what's June 5th? We never figured that out. We just know it's D-Day. We know it means to put a plan in motion. We know it's about being a supplanter. But what else can we do with that? Is there some significant date? Is that the date Skippy died? Like, what is June 5th?
6 and 5 equal 11. 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 omegas. I don't know. What if this crossed my mind? What if that poem that's untitled, that everyone seems to think it's just naturally given, the thrill of the chase is the title? What if it's about Skippy? Think about it. If that olive jar is speaking of Skippy, he worshipped Skippy. We hear the story of Skippy,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. What if that poem is talking about Skippy's journey?
Well, I totally agree with that too, but then let's take it even further. If he was so enamored by his brother Skippy and so crushed by his death, why do we only hear and care about the death of his father in the end, especially in epilogue?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
another weird thing, right? Because in the long ride home, all we hear is that he had bribed some Mexican officials to get him home, and he says they should have buried him standing up. Okay. But
Yep.
why isn't there more? We there's barely anything on his death to begin with, just enough to be like, you need to look into this to even comprehend what's happening. And then it's the dad.
Yep.
And a lot of people have kind of psychologically inclined that, Marvin wasn't that great of a dad to Skippy and Forrest, because he was always like, whipping their asses. But then again, millennial brains versus, back then. I mean,
That's
I
how
even
we
got
grew
my
up,
ass
man.
whipped.
That's how we grew up.
I
But
know, I got my ass whipped too.
yeah, and I think that's why he alludes to he looked up to Skippy because Skippy was the oldest, and I know from experience, from coming from four brothers in a family, the oldest always is the first to stand up to the old man in a
Yeah.
situation like that. So the younger ones look up to him. Yeah, they do.
And Skippy was the really smart one, according to Forrest, because he was always inventing things. He was the one that seemed like he wanted to be the pilot first. So what if Forrest started picking this up because of his brother, right? His brothers seemed to be into flying when they were kids. And then you got Forrest as a pilot, you got Shiloh as a pilot. Skippy was the one looking for treasure that he makes it seem like all the time. And then you got Forrest suddenly looking for treasure and everything like that.
Yep.
It's just, it obviously runs in the family, but it's just so interesting that I think Wyoming was the story of Skippy, just like you're saying. And like, what if there's not even this poem that's like, this poem's done? What if, let's just say this poem's done and the next round is going to be a completely different poem?
I think it could be done with the same poem. Honestly.
I was debating that, right? I've been debating that for a while, because remember when he said he wished he had two chests, he would put it in the Appalachians or something like that.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And I was like, what differentiates the Rockies from the Appalachians? And I was like finding certain details, but then the one thing I found that no one else has ever mentioned is, if you ever read the book Flywater, the one he talks about, there's another book that goes with Flywater. One's about the great places to fish in the Rockies, and the other is the great places to fish in the Appalachians, written by the same person.
When he came out with that and Jenny Cowles about he wished he had a second one to hide in the Appalachians, I think, my opinion, someone was communicating with him and he knew they were far enough along that it wouldn't take him long. It's a shy guy from back east. The Appalachians are in the east. Whatever this communication was with this person, um, I think they were saying, "Yeah, West too far. I can't make it right now." He's like, "Shit, I wish I had another one put in Appalachians." Get you off your ass. That's it's just the climate. That's when there was a lot of weird weekly words and lead searcher talk, and there was a lot of undertones back then, man, during that time frame.
Yeah, that's true. And I never, hold on. What the hell? Did Ben just win? Hold the fuck on. Hold on. Did he win? What did he do?
Is he in some
Listen.
poker tournament or something?
No, he's in the I think the football finals or whatever. Fantasy football.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's been playing like this whole week, and if he wins $1 million, and he just screenshotted something. Hold on. No fucking way. Did he just win? It's showing. What did he get? I can't tell. because it's showing a number. It's showing 1,022,667. I think, if I'm looking at this correctly. What's going on? The million? No
He won
fucking
$1
way.
million in fantasy football.
Yeah, like I don't know if this is accurate. I can't tell, but he's been talking about it all week. And then this morning he was saying it's the final round. He's like, I'm like so close to winning this, and we're like, go, buddy. And then now he's like, what is he doing? What? He's fourth, whatever that is. I'm going. Okay, so he got fourth place. I have decisions to make. What the fuck do you win at fourth place? What?
Well, if a million's number one, fourth has to be pretty substantial. Probably, I don't know, tens
I
of
don't
thousands.
I don't know. I think he said it's not over till tomorrow, but he's standing at not much can best him at this point, if what I understand. I really think Fenn had a hand in this. That's what Ben just said. uh Fenn's over there pulling strings for Ben to go win fantasy football. I don't know. He's at fourth place right now, and I guess the final game's tomorrow.
Nice.
So I don't know. I don't speak fantasy football language, so I'll have to like call Ashley and ask her later. Um, yeah, back to the conundrum of whatever this is. Don't know. Don't know what we're looking at except for the polygraph squiggles. And by the way, Street, did you know this right here? Do you see this? It looks like a very innocent little lake on the map, right?
Right.
That's an exact match to the shape that's found on page 99 in my War for Me in the drawing with the canyon, and it looks like an arrow pointing down.
Really?
Yep. I've talked about that a multitude of times, especially with Ben. Didn't know what the hell to do with it though.
You mentioned the last chapter in the Thriller Chase earlier about his father, the epitaph, I think it says. Yeah,
Epilogue.
epilogue. Look at that picture, man. Call it pareidolia or whatever the fuck you want to call it. There's a lot of strange things. The picket fence is odd. The stuff in the window and the window panes kind of. I've seen all kinds of shit in those pictures, especially that one with his father.
Well, not only just that, but it's like the dove and the moon thing. I'll never get over that because I know that's the symbol for the Templar Cian. Like you will never be able to convince me otherwise on that one. I mean, not only that, you put a flashlight behind that image and it says protecting, just like what that symbol literally says in the books. So I know there's something there. It's just there's just so many pieces. I keep like it's so hard to try and keep everything compartmentalized in my head over all these years and all this research I continuously do because I've got the pieces of the Fisher King on one end. Then I've got pieces of Forrest and his relationship with his brother, and then I've got pieces on Cozumel. But you get to Cozumel, you go back to Douglas Preston and the Codex book. You get to the Codex book, you got to fill in the blanks. That gives you the Broiler Codex. I'm so tired talking about this Broiler Codex, and it's all I talk about, but it's all I can talk about. So it's like, how do you differentiate the stories? Because one, we think the story of Wyoming and this poem is leading to, something that Skippy and Forrest discovered, or Skippy discovered and Forrest had to take over because Skippy died. That's San Lazaro. That is San Lazaro without a shadow of a doubt. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's San freaking Lazaro. So what the hell's up with Montana? It's just it's discarded like a redhead stepchild.
If this is Shiloh's signature, that squiggly up there,
Yeah.
Forrest's signature was round and whimsical and easy flowing. He had dots. I mean, it was pleasant looking. This is like holy shit! Look at. I mean, that's right in your face. You know what I mean? That's pretty like. I don't know. I won't say messy, but like angry.
I don't think he's angry. I think it's I don't think it's a signature. I don't like it's a like it'd be one thing if you saw at least one type of letter from the alphabet up in there, but that's literally pure squiggles. Just pure squiggles. Like
Is Shiloh a doctor by any chance? Because that would make sense if he's a doctor.
no. He runs the old wood business
Yeah, I was
with
just
his
joking.
father.
You know how doctors are just they write their name so it's just a bunch of squiggly lines.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right. You can't get nothing out of. I see no letters in that whatsoever. None.
I know. And I'm gonna feel like such an asshole if that's his signature. I'm gonna be like, because I messaged him. Because at first I sat there and I was just really fixating and like contemplating, looking at that squiggle. And so then I'm like, did you have a few 48Ks when you signed this map? Is that a polygraph scribble? Like,
Well, the first two peaks are separate. They're like TPs, man. They're separate. And then all of a sudden, the next two are
a big
joined
arch.
together. And then the last one kind of swoops in at the top and
It
then
looks
takes off.
exactly like the fishing.
Yeah, it's a fishing line.
Let me grab the cover for Once Upon a While because it's exact of that. Once upon
What letter is the end of that line that goes down? The last line going down. What's the letter on that word it's on? Is that an R?
hold on. Let me see. This is a revised edition. Yeah, I want the revised edition. And then revised is like in red. That's another like I think important detail. Let me see. It's like an exact match to Fen fishing. So what if that's a representation of fishing, right? There's the water, and then you got the squiggle, and that's the fishing pole, right?
Yeah.
I
And then
can't. Oh, where's the letter?
the line going straight. Well, it's going to like it looks like a mountainous area,
Oh
right to
yeah,
the. It's to the right of that little body of water. Then you got looks like a river in between them, and then there's words there. Like I think it's a mountain range.
are you talking about Casper?
No, no, no. Go to where he says Shiloh, where
Yeah.
he reprinted Shiloh. See the H, see the line coming down, followed all the way down to that. It looks like an R to me in the word at the end of it.
That's just the other half of the N, and it looks like an L, but that's just the other half of the N in Wyoming.
No, 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 no. All the way down, Candy. Below the 2023.
Where the line stops on the R?
Yes, all the way down. Yeah, that's some word. It's an R, right?
Yeah, I'd have to pull up the map again because right there is Casper. So you got Wyoming, and then underneath it shows Casper, and then it shows the little lake thingy that matches page 99. And then to the right, it's got I don't know what that says. Irma? I think this is Irma. Wait, what does that say? Air. Let me pull up the original map. Hold on.
By the shading, like above there, above all the Wyoming and all that, I think it's a mountain range or mountainous area.
I think it's because it's the benchmark one, isn't it? Isn't that the benchmark map?
I don't think it's an official benchmark map. Wasn't there? I don't. I think the ones he sold didn't have the benchmark map stamp or something. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
it's the armies. I think the Larmies. I can never say it right. Laramie, Laramie.
Laramie Mountain Range.
Yeah, because there's Casper. There's a little drawing of the water, and it's actually that part where Shiloh signed is actually not on the map really. Like it's right on the cusp of it. So you know how you said in the highlighted area of the map. So right where you're looking is let me see if I can double this. Hold on. Let me go here. And then it stops, I think, right here. And then he puts his signature like up here. Oh, you know what? Maybe I could overlay it. I'll have to do that later. Let me go here. And then let me go here. And then photos. Then this. And then this. Okay. Can you see that?
Yep.
Look at the comparison. Wyoming, Wyoming. Casper, Casper. Right where he's sitting, right there. It's barely highlighted, like barely. Why would he make a line going there? Do you think?
What's
You think?
that? 9-degree latitude?
Yeah. But that's like a little too far off, isn't it? For 9 degree to be in the spot where he was pointing, because he's at
Yeah.
the R right there.
Yep.
My God, I've got problems. We both have problems. We're like comparing squiggles on a map from Shiloh. Fuck. It's like January 1st of 2023. The first thing I do is I go live and I start speculating and obsessing and comparing squiggles on a map.
Well, if I wouldn't be doing this, I'd just be sitting around watching Netflix or Hulu or something. So yeah, it's
I was
really no
gonna
different.
watch Netflix. Have you heard the new series that just dropped called Kaleidoscope?
No.
Okay, so I just heard about it and I was literally gonna just chill out and watch it, and then my dumbass started speculating. But it's this heist series, and I fucking love heists. And each episode is titled a color. And the way Netflix decided to do this is the series, you can watch it any way, in any order, as long as you end the series with the color white. And so when you start the series, every single person has a different color order algorithm that it starts for. And
Wow, they're getting pretty. They're bringing people into the programming process, man. That's crazy.
yeah, and what's really cool is dependent on how you watch it, it's a different story and different like character development for every fucking color you do.
That's ingenious. What's happening, Trusted? Happy New Year.
Hey,
How
Trusted.
you doing, Mr. Street? Hello, lady out there.
Hello, hello.
Okay, this is how I'm going to interpret what's going on with this signature.
Let's hear it.
Even if Shiloh did not previously know the location, he now knows the location. So I forecast this epicness that he's talking about, we are going to end up learning the location.
But what if there's another hunt to be fucking found?
There still could be that.
I'm kind of like, I kind of don't care about the Wyoming solution because I've already pieced enough together to know this was a story about Skippy. It's comparing My War for Me with The Long Ride Home. And it had something to do with Hell's Half Acre. And then somehow, some way, sent you back to 9 Mile Hole. Like, that's fascinating. But I'm more interested in San Lazaro and Cozumel and all that other stuff. I don't really care about 9 Mile Hole aside from the symbolic representation of the Fisher King.
Well,
Well, I
if
don't
not,
think
if
it's 9 Mile Hole either.
if 9 Mile Hole was being sold as the spot, and we already know no one went to jail, they worked it all out, and everything's hunky dory, that would clear the path to release anything now. The government couldn't come in and say, "Whoa, wait a minute, where the hell did you get that?"
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm just trying to save my sandwich before the paper gets it.
I think if you come up with something of an archaeological significance, I don't think they can easily seize it because you don't tell them where you found it at. So, in other words, if I was to find something and release it, and the government, whoa, where'd you get that? Do you have a permit? It's like, no, I found it on my own yard, man. I own the property. It's mine. I don't think they can come in and say, oh, for educational or whatever reasons, we're going to have to take that. No, it was on my property. I found it here.
They actually can.
Can they?
As the government.
The Antiquity Act or whatever shit.
There's so many things.
Wonder if it wasn't Native American, but Mayan background. Would they still be able to take it? Because they say Mayans weren't in America.
This is true.
They'll just come right in and steal it. What about the father and son team in Pennsylvania that said that they found a huge hoard of gold?
Oh yeah.
They were looking for permission to excavate it, and the FBI come in during the nighttime and excavated the location and will not divulge what they found there.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
It's always wrong. But that's what they do. They find ways to just find loopholes.
I mean, the whole story about White Sands Missile Base and Victoria Peak was that the Army was used to go into Victoria Peak and take gold out of there. And President Johnson had tons of gold flown to his ranch in Texas. And President Nixon melted down 50 tons of gold into new bars and had it sold to the Middle East after he made it legal for gold to be owned by citizens in the country again. So conveniently.
See, I have a lot of people, Amy Gwynn, Kiwi, I think a few others that are very interested in Victoria Peak. And I've never been interested because I haven't had my research take me there yet. So I still don't know what's going on. And a lot of people say, oh, like Cities of Gold is Victoria Peak. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm still in the land of Cozumel and San Lazaro. Like, I know they move it every once in a while. They've been moving it since Jerusalem, but I have not had my research take me over there yet. So I can't touch that topic, but I am interested in it.
There was so much gold in Victoria Peak. One of the people that was in there, it was a guy that was in the Army, and he was in there, and he said that the pile was like three plus feet tall, stacked against the wall, bars that weighed like 60 pounds apiece. As far as he could look down the cavern, they were lined up down the wall. Huh. Huge amounts of gold. You know what they did? They did with one of the guards that was making the similar kind of claims. They sent him to a psychiatrist and they had him hypnotized. And the psychiatrist said he really seen what he said that he seen. The Army did not get the answer they wanted.
Huh. That was weird, but cool. But like, I still don't have my research taking me there. But I know Amy talks about, I think it's the CIA or the FBI are like infatuated with over there. And you say it was Nixon who's associated with Victoria Peak?
Nixon and Johnson.
Interesting.
Johnson had people from the Army fly the gold from Victoria Peak to his ranch in Texas, and I want to say it was right near Temple, Texas.
That makes sense though, because George Fisher was obsessed with living in Temple, Texas, and then he also had an association with Mexico. It was Temple, Texas, and Mexico who were always working together, and they were always looking for the 7 cities. Like the whole government. That's why George Fisher was put into command when it came to the purchase of half the island of Cozumel. That'd be fascinating if it ended up being Temple, Texas this entire time.
Right in his own backyard, huh?
That's always how it is.
Yep.
Which makes me think of another thing. I don't remember how I did it because I'm not that good at finding stuff on people versus patterns in history. But I came across the purchase of Forrest Santa Fe home, right? And the legalities he had to go through to obtain it. And oh my God, that was a bitch for him to obtain that house. And from what I remember, I think it was a famous artist or something who owned that house. And he literally went through hell and back getting owner property to that place. And it's
Why?
like,
Because of the old Santa Fe Trail in his backyard.
I don't remember. I gotta see if I could try and find it again. But I was like, this isn't gonna tell me we're Wilmer's fault or Home of Brown. Why am I reading this? But I kept reading it. I'm like, what do I do with this? And I think it was on my old computer. But it was it is about history. Let me see.
I do know, well, anyone that's been to Santa Fe, they do. It's obvious they have a building code of stucco, man, or adobe, whatever stucco that looks like adobe or whatever. You do have a stringent building code policy in New Mexico. And if it's on the Santa Fe Trail, I'll bet you it's even more strict.
Well, you can see that Shiloh's still living there.
So I was under the assumption he got the land and they built. Did they knock down this old house on the property, or did they just renovate what was existing there?
I believe they renovated what was existing.
Because you hear the story when Peggy designed the shower story. She designed. So yeah, they just worked with what they had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they did similar to what they did at the gallery. They renovated the existing and then added on.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the previous owner because it was a famous artist. I forgot the name of the artist, but I remember when I was reading about it, it said it was once owned by this famous artist. You know how Forrest loves Joseph Henry Sharp, and then he also loved oh God, who was that other artist? Gaspard. He purchased another home from, but it wasn't that one. This one was the one he really had trouble purchasing. And I cannot remember the name of the artist because it was someone I've never even heard of before. And I don't even know if I'd be able to find that old document to begin with. I don't even know how I did it to begin with. And when you try and want to find history on certain things, it gets covered up a lot because it's like anytime you cross-reference certain messages or keywords, it's nothing but the treasure being found or something like that. And it's like, no, I want to know the history of the person who's lived in here before Forrest.
I've heard people mention that they believe his very special spot is heaven on earth. Look at his backyard. I think he created heaven on earth in his backyard. That was his heaven on earth.
Well, they call it an oasis within an oasis.
Yeah, an oasis will save your life in the middle of a desert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then why wasn't he found in the oasis and instead in his study?
Well, I wasn't trying to equate it to like the spot. I wasn't trying to say his backyard was the spot. I'm just saying people that think out in nature is that they were looking in nature for his very special spot. They said it's heaven on earth to him. So it had to be like the tree where he wrote the letter to Peggy. It had to be 9 Mile. I just know his heaven on earth is his backyard. He created it. Man, look at that place. It's immaculate. It's everything I'm sure it all represents his entire life, man.
That's interesting.
Not to mention it's on the Santa Fe Trail.
Yeah, that's what's interesting the most about it.
Did you ever go up to like a block up past his house to Museum Hill there and go to any of
No.
those? Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Hmm.
I think there were three of them up there. The Native American one was pretty neat. It had like a man, I'll bet you a 30-foot Indian in full dress with makeup and all on, like war. I don't know what type of dance it was, but it's
What
impressive.
isn't that I can't think of the name right now. I always like see it when I research, but I can't think of the name. You know, Gigi lives out there and she talks to, you know, the Pueblo locals and everything. It's fascinating. Let's see. I found this cool
Pam says he
article.
told her he was most proud of his pond. Yeah, with the waterfall, man. Yep. I
Oh, I
like
do
that
agree.
that scrap. Remember the scrapbook with the lawn chair and the dragonfly, the red and blue dragonfly?
Mm-hmm.
I instantly, man, Matrix. I'm like, oh shit, I knew that this was a game, but now we're going deep. He just confirmed it for me. Red or blue pill, which one you taking?
Well, you know what I found about the Maya? They actually created a hidden treasure room behind a waterfall. So, I mean, if you think his backyard was heaven on earth, I wouldn't doubt there was a treasure room behind a waterfall for all fun purposes. The Mayas did it. Why not fun?
Yep.
All right. 70-30 acre is forever convinced that the real treasure resided in his backyard.
I've heard her, and when I heard her say she thought it was a vault under the waterfall, that crossed my mind early on. I'm thinking, shit, what better way to keep an eye on it, man? No one would even know. No one would even know.
You could explain why so many people came within X amount of feet from it too. That'd be
Yeah,
funny.
that one interview where he's reading the poem, he's got that leather with the dangly leather things coming down. He's got the hat. He's sitting in a chair. Right over his shoulder, you can see the waterfall like what, 50, 60 feet away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting though is Ben said he didn't have a proxy. So how do you explain that? I just feel like there's still a piece missing with this whole Wyoming versus Montana thing. It's like, and also, why did Forrest and the original finder say we agree to say that the treasure was found in Wyoming?
Right.
Like, that's another mind-boggling thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's so many layers to this that just drives me crazy because you got like allegedly these connections with Victoria Peak. I don't even know anything about that. And then you got Cozumel, you got story of Skippy, you got Shiloh running in doing his own thing. You got the Matucci's being associated and added to the deed for San Lazaro, like way back in the day, along with Robert Dunn. And all these people were very very big and very avid donators for the Buffalo Bill Cody Museum and art galleries. And the same thing with Eugene Thaw. They were all part of these huge societies that brought in copious amounts of money for art fundraising and museums and stuff. It's like the art world is just crazy. And then it is crazy because it's tied into the Hammers, and the Hammers are like, have you ever looked into them street? It's pretty crazy shit.
You're talking like the Arm and Hammer conglomerate.
Yeah, because the youngest one, the one that was a city star, a star in Hollywood, I used to be so in love with him. I was like, he's such a beautiful, gorgeous man. Like, I wish I could meet him. And then it turns out, oh, he's like cast out from society in Hollywood for being a fucking weirdo and having fantasies about eating women. Cannibalism.
Sounds like bath salts to me.
It's insane. And I'm like, I feel like my type is psycho axe murderer. I'm staying home forever. Like, I'm not kidding. It's just wrong. But then his grandfather, I believe the grandfather, wasn't he allegedly associated with that insurance fraud scandal with the art house?
That's what you were saying the other night in New York, was it?
Yeah. There's like obviously ties to Fenn with that because he was in the art world and he dealt with people for the art stuff. And I forgot who it was that was telling me this, but they were saying, yeah, like Fenn's associated with them. And then there was an article on fuck, what was it? Just it's just so big. And that's why I laugh when people are like, oh, you're crazy. You think there's like societies and cults? I'm like, bro, the art world is a society and a cult. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And then you have our own little mini cult. Like, you try and say we're not a cult, I feel sorry for you because you unintentionally signed up for a cult. Sorry. Sorry to break it to you. It's just so much stuff to consume. And right now, I'm just sitting here fixating on some damn squiggles on a map. Y'all just sit there and make awkward silence after that.
Reflection. I'm reflecting.
Yeah, you can never tell if you're reflecting or you're just sitting there being like, this bitch.
You're getting good, man. You're getting good. You're getting like that telepathic type good. That's good.
Oh, you want to talk about weird? Okay. So, you know how I'm like reflecting on these like fucking weird squiggles on the map? I was like, okay, the Omega disappeared on Once Upon a While Revised Edition. So I'm like sitting here trying to figure out when the original Once Upon a While versus the revised was published. It showed the original was published on January 1st of 2017. And I'm like, today's January 1st of 2023. I'm like, is my brain plugged into the universe right now? Because I don't know how to explain this. Like, every single time I go live and I try and share the research I've been doing and the patterns I've been connecting, it is so fucking spot on. It looks set up.
Synchronicity, isn't that what they call it? Synchronicity.
Yes, but it's to the point where it's like every fucking time now I go live, it straight up is synchronicity to the point I don't even know what to call it past that point.
Here's my explanation of that. When you start realizing the universe and it exists, it starts showing itself to you in every day. And the more you see it, the more comfortable you'll become with it. The games, the universe. Well, we play games and the universe plays games.
Well, did you know at midnight, my ex decided to ring in the new year for me by destroying my vanity and my artwork and the stuff I left over at the house?
Oh, wow. What? Oh, wow. Sorry
Like,
to hear that.
straight up ripped that shit to shreds. And I was
Wow.
just like, okay, well, I was just keeping in contact with you to make sure, you know, my dog was okay. Cause I was like, I love her too much, but I know she loves him too much. And I couldn't like take her away from him because she'd probably die a broken heart. So I was like, okay, I'll just keep in touch to see if like she's sick or if there's anything happening. Now I'm like, I don't even know if it's worth my mental health to do even that. I'm like, I say Happy New Year exactly at like New Year's Eve. And he just like writes back absolutely flipping out. I was like, oh, okay, good day. I just like blocked him on all social media and like messages. I'm like, damn it, I really love that art. I was collecting that art since I was 21. Like when I got my first apartment, I started going around collecting this one artist and I absolutely loved him. It was like a huge fight I had with my mom too, because she wanted to take him from me. And I'm like, no, it's my art. It's my collection. And like over the years, I would like buy more pieces from him and start collecting it. And he just like ripped it all to fucking shred. Actually, look, I have a picture. I have a picture.
Okay, so for future reference, a lesson you learned, if this situation ever rises again, take everything with you. Everything.
I can't fit. I have a closet for a room.
Wow.
If I was under the stairs, you could call me Harry Potter. Not that tiny. I'm being a little dramatic, but
No, you're not. We've seen your apartment. No, you're not. Your room's small. It's a closet.
it is a closet. Do you see that though?
Oh shit.
I
Those are
love that.
pictures?
Yeah.
Wow.
I used
Why?
to, the den. I used to have that set up with the artwork in the background when I'd go live back in 2020, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, I love that art. Where'd you get it?" And I'm like, "Oh, I've been collecting it for a while." Yep, and
So did
these
he put this up on social media or directly send it to you
directly sent it to me.
on New Year's Eve?
Right. Yeah.
You're right. He is a narcissist, isn't he?
Oh, it gets worse. Look at that. That's my $400 vanity that I bought myself that I was trying to bring back because I messaged him this week saying like, "Hey, can you drop off my TV because I want my TV to set up?" And then I was gonna store this vanity on my friend Heather's until I could move out the end of the year. Like, because in September of this year, I'm gonna move out and get my own place. And so she was like, "Yeah, you could, I'll get Ryan, that's her boyfriend, to get a truck and help move it and everything." And I was like, "Cool." Well, because I told him that, apparently he's like, "Nope, not today, Satan," and just destroyed my gorgeous, beautiful vanity that I purchased myself.
As tragic as what that is, they're replaceable, man.
Yeah, it's just, I'm so tired of him destroying shit that I purchased and then me having to fucking purchase it again. He's a little rich kid who gets everything handed to him in life. And guess what? I sent these two photos to his mother this morning. And I was telling her, I'm like, "I'm really sorry to like start 2023 off like this, but I need to ask you, what should I do about this and your son destroying my property?" And she wrote back, "Why?" I'm like, "Why did he do it? Or why I'm asking you how to handle your son?" I'm like, "I'm lucky I wasn't there when this happened. This is the reason why I left in the first place when he flipped out and broke my favorite coffee mug and literally threw me across the fucking kitchen floor." I'm like, this is clearly way worse than just a coffee mug. It,
My advice to you would be don't engage him or his family, man. Just mark it up and move on. Don't watch their videos. Don't go on their social. Yeah, just disengage from them, man. It'll go away quick.
but what I don't understand is I'm someone who has to bust her ass 24/7 to have the money that she has. I have to work 24/7 at my job to be able to afford nice things. He literally does nothing and just gets everything handed to him, just like his fucking cunt of a sister. And yes, I'm calling her cuntor now because she's the cunt Eeyore of the fucking universe. She's the
Well,
cunt.
not to belittle the situation, but you've learned from the experience. That's not hurting you. It's hurting what you bought, but it's really not hurting you as a person, man. But it is giving you knowledge what to look. Red flags. You got some more red flags in your bag to throw up now. You've learned.
It's hurting my bank account because I have to continuously keep replacing this shit.
Well, um,
It's
I'll
fucking
revert back to
annoying.
what I said in initial. If it ever happens again, make sure you take everything with you when you leave, right? Instantly. Don't leave nothing behind.
I'm like, I'm hoping that I took my little 3D Forrest treasure chest with me before I left because I can't remember if I put it on that vanity or not. I'm literally sitting here trying to contemplate if I took it with me and put it in the box.
Well, don't be you'll get your answer. So don't be surprised if you get like a 3 o'clock in the morning picture of a pile of shit in your little chest.
Well, no, that's the thing. What if the chest was on the vanity and he drunkenly or drug induced, I don't know what the fuck he was on, tossed that vanity around and my 3D Force Fen chest of indulgence was on it. I cannot remember right now if I took it with me or not. Because like you see right there in the corner, that is my travel shit for the plane. I thought I took that with me, but I didn't. I was supposed to go back the next day and I did not go back. And that's my airplane pillow. That's my blanket. That's my storage. I'm like, I need that. I'm going to go on a plane in a couple of weeks. And then that's my really expensive floaty for the pool, but I don't have a pool anymore. So therefore, I guess I don't care about that. But I spent like $300 on that thing. So I don't care about the vanity. I don't care about, look, this is another $300. This was my birthday gift last year. The huge luggage that I took with me to Scotland. I left that there because it's fucking massive. And I'm like, I don't know where to store this thing. And now it's like, I don't even want to go back. See, there's my desk. I told him, keep my desk. I don't care. Sell it. I don't give a fuck. I got a new desk. I can't bring it with me anyways. But I'm trying to think like what's on the floor. If my marble and my pirate coin from Forrest is gone, I will never fucking get over that. That is the only thing I had from Forrest. So I am praying to God I had enough sense to put that little 3D copy of Indulgence into the big box that I can't move. I'm debating on going in the garage right now and looking. Honestly, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go in the garage right now and I'm gonna look.
We're on a treasure hunt. Can you give us a poem on your way there? Will that help us out?
That's funny. Okay. I gotta make sure I have this because this is like the one thing I own that is the most precious thing. And I will tell you right now, if he destroyed that, I will be suing him. I'm not fucking kidding. I will fucking sue him. Oh, please. Oh, wait, here. You want to go on an adventure? Hold on. Hold on. I look like crap, but whatever. Check this out. See all this? Do you see all this? It's a pain in the ass. Look at that.
As I have gone alone in there with my treasure bowl.
I have gone alone in there and with my dumb shit fucking box.
The closet is the secret where.
If you've been wise and been in the box, look quickly down. Your quest to seeks.
Oh man, I don't even know how I'm gonna be able to do this.
Well, the sooner you have all the cords cut away from the relationship, the better.
I don't care about any of that. I just want my little 3D box.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Anything that you have to get in contact with a person is a cord. And, you know, the sooner that all the cords are all dealt with, the better.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. That's my philosophy.
I mean, people tend to do that without even realizing it. They leave little cords, little pieces, so that they have to contact the other person.
I hate that. I fucking hate that. I can't tell if this is the right one or
If you had any idea the amount of stuff that I lost in my divorce, that my ex-wife ended up with because it was at the house back east, stuff I will never get back again, never be able to replace, multiple moving van worth of stuff.
it just sucks though. It's sad that they fucking do that shit to begin with. Ow!
You got to get to a point. You got to get to a point where you just get over it, and you know, even if you think you can go get some things back, you just leave it alone. To hell with it.
Yes, but I also need to find that 3D Indulgence box because I literally just said I would give away one of the pieces Forrest gave me. So that's another reason why I need that fucking box really badly.
I learned this lesson back when my first wife and I separated. I left a bunch of stuff. She took about 2 weeks, called me on the phone. It wasn't cell phone and videos and shit. Called me and said, you can come over this time and all your stuff, grab all your stuff. I show up at the designated time and there's a big fire in the front yard. And it was everything, my shit. And I had like my original duffel bag from boot camp with all the uniforms. I mean, there's things I'd like to have kept, man. I had pictures. Yeah, I learned real quick. Okay, rule number one, whatever. Rule number 101. When separating from a relationship, make sure you take everything with you.
Yep. When you leave, whatever you leave behind, you gotta not have to care about it.
Well, I learned the lesson so good on my second separation divorce. I took the kids too. Not only all my shit, I took the kids and the house. I took it all. I was like, shit, I'm getting good at this. I'm taking it all.
There's too much shit in here to even be able to maneuver. Oh, here's my hair dye. I need this. There's so much shit in here. This is all like, oh wait, this is my belt. Wait, this is the wrong belt. I still like this belt.
I literally spent decades accumulating things that I wanted that I could tinker around with in my retirement. I mean, just all kinds of special kind of things. I mean, stuff that if she come across it, she wouldn't know what it was, and she certainly wouldn't know how valuable it was. So who knows? Half the stuff probably gets thrown away.
Yeah. Even sentimental things like rocks from your child, just stupid trinkets, man. They mean a lot. And the older you get, the more these little odd trinkets, mean more.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I was really big at accumulating tools. And I also started doing leather crafting. So I had a real lot of leather that I gathered up. I mean, I'm talking substantial amounts of money worth too, especially as the price of leather went during the COVID. Prices started jumping up on that kind of stuff. But I mean, specialty tools, one tool about this big cost $200.
Yeah, tannery tools are expensive, man. And there's a lot of them. There's cutters, shapers, and different about like woodworking set, but they use them for hides, right? Leather working,
Yeah, they
needles,
had
different needles.
couple of sewing machines to sew leather. One of them was an old one that I got from a coworker that came out of a shoe shop. It was an old Singer sewing machine where they bolted them to the floor. So there was a section of floor that was cut out that was underneath the machine from the old shoe factory. But it was a good machine and it cost a lot of money to replace those.
Yeah.
But I had to just say, oh, well, whatever.
It hurts for a while. It does. I'll admit it. It hurts for a while and it stews, but mark it up. Lesson learned, man.
You gotta learn when to just let go and cut that cord. Even if you gotta cut it from your end, just cut the cord and say, that has no power in my life.
Well, you and I are about the same age. I can sit back and look at things I did as a teenager, 20s, even 30s, even 40s, and laugh about it. And at the time, hell, I was crying about it. My life was fucked up. And now I can sit back and laugh about it and say, damn, glad I made it through that one, man. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Now, at the time, no, we were, hell, not just in relationships, just life in general, man, slapping you in the face, deal with different circumstances.
Yeah.
Any luck yet, Candy?
no.
Do you have a metal detector?
Won't work unless I'm directly above it, remember?
Well, here's the clue for you. The chest is wet.
It's gonna be wet with my tears in a second.
Well, do you have any spilled nail polish or nail polish remover?
No, none of that. I swear to God, Street, if I left it there and he destroyed it, I will sue him. I will fucking sue him.
I had fun last night in that trivia game, man. That was exciting.
Thanks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I found TTOTC. Danger. Danger, Will Robinson.
I heard that book could be used to find a treasure somewhere.
Seriously. I don't remember. Is it this one? Or is it the other one? Because I had two. This is the other big one. And I don't want to move this again because I think it took both me and my roommate to put this on top of it.
I heard that that book was a treasure.
I've got my own little treasures.
I heard that too.
I am so sad right now. Words cannot. Do you see how weird I am? Thanks, my mother. The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, volumes 1 and 2.
Oh, that's an awesome book right there.
We got both of them.
That's what I used to draw the ancient Hebrew pictographs.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got a lot of books. A lot of books on philosophy, numerology, all kinds of things. You know what I don't have though? Copy of Indulgence with my treasures.
That flower of life pattern there is found all over the world in ancient civilizations all over the world.
That geometrical sphere.
Yeah.
Remember these?
Strawberry, all the strawberry gummies.
Oh,
Gelato Bud Pops.
Nice.
That's so funny.
yep. In ancient China, you'll find it where there's a lion with its foot on it, and it's like looks like a globe. When you get close to it, it's all covered with that flower of life pattern. Temples in Egypt and other places, South America, it's all over the world.
India's big in it too.
Yeah.
Salt and Storm. Wait. I thought
Decided to try to fit the pictures that the Hebrew letters came from. That's why I tried to fit them in that format. It's also a basket weave pattern. My thought was that they wrote on the baskets.
I don't know how to do this. I'm not good at this. I'm getting itchy. Oh shit, this is fucking heavy.
Lift with your legs.
If I move it, I'm not gonna be able to put it back up. She's gonna get pissed. Shit. I'm so angry right now.
You want Trustin and I to move it with our mental powers?
Yes,
Step back. We'll give it a try.
Wait a minute. I found that book I needed on that George Fisher dude. Come on, I'm tall. I'm not that short. Fuck. Ugh. Okay. Remember?
You're an Amazon woman, aren't you?
The Fisher family. The one I said about George Fisher
Right.
and Cozumel.
Was that a library book with library stamp barcode on the back? Did you steal that from a library?
No, I purchased it online.
Oh.
But you know what's funny? It said, I think it was Riverside Public Library. I swear to you, I purchased this book.
Well, I just want to let you know there's a rash of people stealing library books and then selling them on eBay.
God, no, that's not me. Damn it. I can't find it right now. Like, for the life of me, I cannot find it. And I'm gonna have to move this thing because I think it might be the other one underneath it. But I had two really big boxes that were like super heavy that I filled with the important stuff. Damnation. I don't know. I don't know what to do at the moment. See, I just have more shit, and I'm tired of having shit, but I have really cool shit. It's just when you have really cool shit, you got to figure out what to do with said really cool shit. Hold, please. I need to put this in here somewhere. Ah, I lost you.
You just do what everyone else does. Fill up rooms with the cool shit that you like. And then when you die, somebody else has to deal with it.
Oh man, that's dark. That's dark.
Real though. Everybody does it.
I know. It makes me sad. Honestly, that makes me sad.
Yeah, somewhat. Just keep that in mind, everyone in chat too. Someone's gonna go through your shit when you die.
That's my bathroom stuff right there. Ugh. I don't know what I did with that box right now, and I'm really not happy about it. Fuck. Oops. Fuck. I don't know what I did with that. I really hope I did not leave that at the house. It's hot. It's hot. Help. Send help. Fuck.
I thought I froze up for a minute. I just looked down at chat and it went dead. And I looked up and everyone was frozen. I'm like, oh shit, I think I lost my internet.
Hold on. I'm trying to think if oh man. I don't know how to prove if I left my Chase box on the vanity or not. Oh my God. I will fucking cry. I'm not kidding. Like, I had a few things from Forrest that were my little treasures. That's why I wasn't worried about the auction website or anything. And now I'm sitting here and I can't find it. And I think I left it. Because I was supposed to go back the next day and we were on good terms. That's why. Like, I left some of my stuff because we were on good terms. And then he came over with me to help me build my bed because I needed my bed built so I could sleep here instead of over there. And after he left, that's when shit got really bad because he like got my head again and was like, I miss you. I want to try and make this work. And I was like, okay, let's try. And then he was like, fuck you. I'm never going to call you my girlfriend again. We're done. Like, it was just like a psychological narcissistic power play from hell. And so ever since then, off and on, it's been like, well, this sucks, but I'd still like be cordial with him up until last night. Last night, it just went absolutely ape shit. And now I'm like, my fucking Chase chest is over there, I think.
Before you jump the gun, take the time to go through all your boxes and stuff just to make sure.
Well, it's kind of hard. But I'm pretty sure my dumbass left because that's where I would always keep it. I would keep it on my vanity, and I had specific things left there so I could grab them the next morning.
Oh my God. No, 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 no. I don't want to start 2023 off like this. It's like a bad omen to me. It's like, there's no way. I'm like, straight, what if I lost all my Chase treasures?
You still have your memories of it.
Well, I have to have my Chase treasures. I have to send Rob G that little medallion.
Well, the only if they're not in your possession, you think you left them there. The only way you could get them is to reach out to him or someone to make arrangements to get the rest of your stuff.
Oh no, he said he would be crashing and throwing everything I own over there today.
Oh,
So
when does trash run?
What, Tristan?
Is that legal to do that in California?
Probably not, but
Yeah, probably not. He probably required to put it into storage if you don't come get it.
he literally already trashed like some of my favorite pieces. Like, and I'm not saying like, oh, damage. Like, you saw those pictures. It's trash. Like, I cannot.
So go out on trash day. When trash day is coming up this week, go out on trash day. Chances are he'll be at work. He don't watch your show. If he does, no, never mind. Anyhow, it's legal once it's on the curb area. It's legal. It's like you won't be breaking the law because number one, it's your stuff, and number two, it's trash. It was thrown out.
He's an absolute psychopath, and he has cameras everywhere, even pointing towards the trash. I'm not kidding.
Okay, so if let's say hypothetically he's at work, how long would it take him to rush home?
Like 20 minutes.
Okay, you got that's your window out. Can you do this in 20 minutes?
No, you just contact the local police department. Tell them the situation. You want your stuff. He's acting hostile. He's destroying the stuff you left behind. And what are the laws regarding the situation? They'll tell you. They'll probably send a police officer over there with you to get stuff.
Yeah, if they'll ask you, do you fear your safety? You say, yeah, that's why I'm contacting you.
Like, this is crazy though. I'm just
you save everything, so just show them the pictures, and they were this time stamped. I'd contact them as soon as possible.
like, I was supposed to get my TV from there, and if I had my Chase chest there, I was 100% gonna get that. And then I have like my jacket that I love. Like, not too much. I just left like a few things because I was like, I'll be coming back, and we were on good terms. And then, I mean, he literally last night was messaging me saying like, oh, I was missing you. I was regretting breaking up with you. I was gonna see if you'd want to see me so I could cuddle you and shit. And he's like, thank you for changing my mind. Like, fuck you. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was so bad. So I went live last night after the whole your stream for New Year's Eve. I couldn't sleep, and I was like, let's go live, let's talk about some tea and stuff. And as I was going live, he was messaging me, and he, like, the first thing he said was, rule number 1, don't send out nudes to 8+ people. And I wrote back and I was like, 8 ? I'm like, I could tell you 2, but I can't tell 8. Like, can you tell me the 8? And he was all, ask Mindy. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't think Mindy would ever say stuff like that. So I actually messaged Mindy today, and I was like, Mindy, why is DJ telling me that his stupid cunt of a sister, Candace, is claiming that you told her I sent my pictures out to 8+ people? And she's like, I never said that. I don't talk to DJ. I'm like, I'm not saying you talk to DJ. I'm saying Candace is claiming she got this information from you. And I'm like, do you not see that his psycho bitch of a sister is the one literally causing drama the first day of fucking 2023? Like, I don't get it. Like, what the hell? So he kept messaging me some like really dark, fucked up stuff street. Like, he was saying, oh, I'm so glad I never had a kid with you, so my kid wouldn't be raised by your psycho ass. And then
I was saying like, I'm pretty sure you're infertile. So I'm like, are you talking about phantom children or like what the fuck? And then he's like, I'll adopt if I have to. I'll be the best dad they'll ever have. And he's like, unlike you who never had a dad because you're a fucking whore. And I'm like, how does not having a dad make me a whore, for one? And two, I'm like, my dad's actually really great. So I'm confused here. It's just
like Trusted said earlier, it's strings, man. Block the number, block the text. That's why you don't have to see it to deal with it. It won't like piss you off and get you going. It's strings. Trust is right. It's cut all strings.
I know, but I was trying to keep contact. My dog's okay.
The longer you're with a person, the more strings get attached and the bigger the cords are. It takes a while for those things to be gone through and have those and cut those. Heck, even a person's smell, it takes months for you to forget their smell.
Yep.
Years. If you're with someone for so long, my instance, I smell one perfume and it reminds me of one of my wife's, man. Every time I smell it.
Well, he didn't wear any bougie ass cologne. It was just that basic bitch Axe spray. So unfortunately, anywhere I go, I get like a whiff of his stupid ass. So I'm like, basic bitch Axe spray, help.
What helped me in the early years of the early part of the separation, I would go around with Vicks up my nose like morticians. I couldn't smell shit. Try some Vicks in your nose. You'll get over the smells real quick.
I mean, I do Vicks when I'm sick, especially when I had COVID. I literally put Vicks right up my nose. I was like, this is the only way I'm surviving right now is I had Vicks. Anything else?
It's not as much as the perfumes as it is a person's pheromones.
Yeah,
Wait,
mixed with the perfume. Women do smell. Women, you could have 3 different women wear the same perfume, and each one of them differ, man, a little bit, slightly.
Well, my favorite perfume used to be, I think it was Massimo. I can't remember. It was this, it was like in the shape of an apple. It was like a dark blood red apple. And it smelled like cinnamon, vanilla, and allspice. Like it was one of my most favorite perfumes. It was really expensive. And DJ got it for me one year, and then his mom got it for me one year because it was like my all-time favorite perfume. And it smelled different on every single person who wore it because of like the pH balance and everything. And it was just so fucking good. But I had to stop wearing it because one time I was wearing it and he did something that I never would forgive. And every time I smell that scent, it takes me back to that time. And I'm like, I can't deal with it. So I stopped wearing that perfume. It was my favorite perfume.
Yeah, that's a prime example of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's like the psychology is like if you smell something, it like will bring you back to a time in your memory that either is a good memory or a bad memory. And it's like, don't they use like scents and smells and stuff? It's like scent, smell, sounds, taste, colors to either bring back a memory that you're having trouble remembering or to help you forget something, right?
Both. And it can encourage, it's called it's ambiance. That's why fine restaurants back in the day had the candles, dim lights, smells. They'd burn candles. Ambient. It attacks all your senses, man, at once.
Well, that's why they say that, you know, if you're kidnapped or something, even though you're blindfolded, and even if you can't hear anything, you could still go off the smell. Because if you could explain or describe the smell, or sometimes, you know, the sounds and stuff like that, that's how they're able to help locate. And you know how they'll do like videos of like proof of life and stuff? So many people have been rescued just because of what they think you can't hear in the video, but it turns out they could zoom in and single it out and be able to compare it with like if there was a clock or a tower that chimed at a certain time or a train was going by at a certain time, they could pinpoint a place on the map and the geography of where they're being held. Like it is absolutely mind-blowing to me that we're capable of doing that.
I just watched Mysteries at the Museum episode on Hulu, and it had Frank Sinatra Jr.'s son was kidnapped, and they had him blindfolded on. He ended up because of he kept hearing a plane a certain time every day and like smells, and that he ended up leading them. They found where the kidnappers were, man, because
Wait,
of that.
fake, right?
Huh?
This was fake, right?
No, real. It's a real story.
What?
Frank Sinatra's son
Was the
was
mafia?
he was kidnapped, I think, the 60s, and held for ransom on $240,000 is what Frank paid. But he led them back. They had him blindfolded, and he said approximately how long they were in the car. He heard planes at certain times every day while they had him. They fed him once, and he lifted up his blindfold and gave him like the brown paper bag had the restaurant or whatever stamped on it. And with all that, the FBI swooped in and caught three young drug addicts, as they put them. They did it to feed their drug and alcohol addiction, and they were friends. They went to school with Frank Sinatra's daughter. True
So
story.
Frank Sinatra had a son and a daughter?
Yeah.
Well, it shows here that Barry Keenan, he was one of the guys that was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. He just died November 13th of 2022.
I think they got life in prison. I don't think they got paroled. There
What?
was 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they looked like in the pictures in the documentary, I'd say they were like in their early 20s, late teens, early
Cute.
20s.
Or at least the mastermind was cute. Oh my God, I told you, Street, I have a fucking thing for psychopaths. What the hell? I'm so terrified. If I ever meet another attractive man, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, no thanks. Or if I do, I'm gonna like make sure every strand of my DNA is like in their car, on their jacket, and be like, fuck this.
You ought to apply for the FBI, man. Profiling. If you're attracted to him, yep, he's guilty. That's who he's deadly.
It's scary how like I don't know, for the longest time I kind of considered like anyone who's psycho or anything like that, they would be unattractive looking. And then all of a sudden it's like you start getting these things about who was it? Ted Bundy. Did they say Ted Bundy was attractive or something and was like a ladies' man?
Charismatic. That's what they use. Attractive and charismatic. Yep.
That's even more terrifying because it's like that is the weapon. He uses that, like they use that as a weapon to lure women in and get their attention and then kill them. And it's like, I feel like, you know, psycho ex murderers who are not attractive looking, it'll be a lot harder for them to get you because you're like, ew, you're ugly. Get the fuck away from me. You're creeping me out. Like, no chance in hell. And then you got like a really nice, attractive man. And you're like, oh, yeah, you want to take me on a date? Sure. Oh, I'll go back to your place. And it's like, bitch, you gonna die now. It's like, fuck.
Manson was that way too. Manson, they say, was charismatic.
Psychopaths take excellent pictures also.
Oh, well, then I know I'm not a psychopath because I take terrible pictures.
No, if you look at pictures, you know, where other people are taking pictures of somebody, and no matter what the circumstance, they always look like they're posing.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that person could be a psychopath.
What?
Just
So you're
on-
telling
just
me
based-
99% of the
Just
celebrities?
based on that, they are always posturing and posing.
I just I just feel like I don't know what it is. They were claiming that a recent study proved that not only are there like a higher percentage of incels in today's day and age, but back then versus now, there were less psychopath killers that were like raised. And they're saying now because you know nobody's ever married, they get divorced really quick. They're like it's the worst relationships for the child in the situation. They say because of that, that is what's creating more psychopaths in today's day and age.
I believe that.
I'm just like, well, then that fucking freaks me out even worse because what, 10 years from now, am I going to be having looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds because there's going to be an influx of psychopaths just because,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
people didn't know how to stay married?
You know, all the psychopaths we've talked about tonight, the horrified ones, like the nasty motherfuckers. All of them had, like you're saying, separate bad bad home life, alcohol or drug addictions in the household. Look at the heroin epidemic, for God's sakes. You know how many kids are involved in the heroin epidemic, unwillingly dragged into it? Millions.
Well, they literally just said the guy that killed the Idaho 4, or allegedly killed the Idaho 4, had a heroin problem. And then don't get me started on the fact that I rejected Brett because he was an absolute fucking skis ball, lying to me about his baby mama / separated wife situation, and then having a girlfriend at the same time who was living with for 3 months. She just told me he was doing heroin. So if they fucking can do heroin and be psycho ex murderers, I'm never going back to that bar again. I'm making too many enemies right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what? And then, you know what I was watching today too, Street? Because, you know, I'm super invested in the whole Idaho murder thing. I'm starting to think that Brian dude intentionally wanted to get caught. Because think about it, in criminology, especially if you are graduating with a master's in criminology, the 3 categories that go over is the evidence, and then the psychology and emotional response between doing the crime, and then trying to prove how it didn't happen, right? And it's kind of like getting the psychological response mechanism from people on whether they're innocent versus they're guilty. If I'm not mistaken, right? That's another aspect of criminology.
Yeah, studying all the aspects of it. Yeah. What caused it, why they did it, and how they did it.
Exactly. So right now he had a chance to fight the extradition to Idaho on, I think, January 3rd is when it's supposed to happen. He didn't fight it. He said, I cannot wait to go there and prove my innocence. That's what he said in a statement today.
So are you implying this psycho might be his, like, what do they call that? Theses or whatever? Wow.
I think he did it so he could specifically be caught, to be able to analyze and go as far as you fucking could possibly go in the psychology of criminology. Because he ever since he started this, he's been creating a paper trail online through Reddit, calling into YouTuber channels. He also called into a TikToker or something. He was calling this one person, I just saw it today, and he was asking, like, do you think the killer could be watching right now? It was him too. He's like, do you think the killer could be watching? And the guy's like, well, yeah, I would assume so, because this guy, his profile seems like he gets off on people trying to prove if he did it or not and whether he's going to get caught. And the guy was profiling the killer, just like how I've been trying to profile the killer. And he's like, this guy seems like he wants to prove that he's smarter than the rest. And when the cops started gathering statements from all the people who actually knew Brian, they were saying, like, he always wanted to be the smartest in the room. He was really awkward. He was like the black sheep of the family. That's what the family said. But he was always like trying to prove a point. And I'm like, dude, if this guy is going for a PhD in criminology and he just graduated with a master's, I feel like this is going to be his life's work. This is what he fucking did. And I think he psychologically may have manipulated 1 or 2 other young students that were on the campus to go along with it, just like in Murder by Numbers. So it's the opposite plot. So in Murder by Numbers, 2 best friends decide they want to prove that they're smarter than everybody. And they decide to kill someone with no association with them whatsoever. It's like a random murder. And they decide, we're going to frame our drug dealer / janitor of this college to make it seem like he's the killer so we could get off scot-free. And I feel like this is the opposite. He was trying to manipulate these 2 kids. And I feel like if it happens, it's possible he might get off free if he could prove that the 2 students, or whoever the fuck he convinced to do this, like, what if he actually didn't do it, but he was the stepping stones for the act? Because that's what it seems like. It seems like he was going through all different categories in criminology to test a theory and get the world's response. And the next stage in criminology is the trial. And it said that he was researching Manson, he was researching Ted Bundy, and all kinds of other stuff.
That's what I was gonna say. Sounds like a Charles Manson type situation, trying to get other people to do the dirty deed.
I feel like he took elements of all famous serial killers. I think that's what he's doing. It makes sense because one, he could put the pieces into play, and I'm 100% sure if this happens, I think it's going to be proven that he was actually there when it happened, but he didn't do anything. I want to say that he wanted to watch it, just like when he did his psychology thesis on the analyst, like the anonymous survey, saying like, if you ever did a crime, how did you feel? How did you get away with it? How did you pick your victim? Was it random? Other questions were, how did you leave the scene of the crime? Stuff like that, right? So he has all these ex-cons and psychopaths writing in and anonymously answering these questions, right? And I feel like that was how he was able to find his accomplices. And I think he manipulated them into doing this. I really do. I 100% think that's going to be revealed. Because again, I don't care if he's hyped up on fucking heroin or what. That guy is a pogo stick with eyeballs. There's no way he would have been able to kill 4 people all within 13 minutes in that sorority house.
Didn't you say the other day that DNA is what traced him? That's how they found him.
Yeah, they're claiming there was DNA, and it could be the DNA behind the nails. They said that 1 or 2 of the victims out of the 4 fought back. There was defense wounds and stuff like that. So they were waiting on DNA for 1, and 2, the White Elantra was the major break in their case, and it was proven that he was the owner of the White Elantra, but it doesn't seem like they have everything, because they're saying like this is just the beginning of this case. Like they just announced that they had the suspect in custody, but then when the chief was responding to certain questions, he was saying like, we have the suspect in custody, and he will go away for what he did. Like he said something like that, but then he went to say, this is just the beginning of this case. And that's why they started saying, oh, if you knew him, please reach out to us, tell us the profile on him, everything that he told you, what he acted like all this stuff. And everyone who was in, because he was a TA at the university, and he was also a security guard. And what's interesting is that they say it took him only 10 weeks to design this and develop it. 10 weeks. So he originally lived in Pennsylvania, and he ended up moving to right over there. And then people started talking about it today. They're like, is it possible he got the information? Because all of a sudden there was this new neighbor that moved in over by them, and they would constantly call the cops and complain about like noise complaints because they were always having parties. And it shows on the body cam footage of the house calls, the cops getting the private information, getting the layout of the house, getting the victim's information, stuff like that. And then it showed that this one guy who ran security for that police station or something got fired because somehow someone was able to access the body cam footage. There's like all these little pieces that keep coming together with this. And I'm like, dude, I swear, if someone...
Is that the person you were talking about the other night that would take the pictures of him stabbing animals?
No, that was another kid, but I still don't think he's officially cleared because I think he's still in Africa, and everyone was like, dude, this jackass dude is just like really creepy vibes, and it's just weird, right? And I still think this guy had an accomplice or accomplices, and I think he psychologically convinced him to do it while he witnessed it for his research. Like, I swear to you, I think there's something like that. And there's just he continuously, every time he did paper trails, he would continuously talk about the fraternity. And they said that Ethan and Xana got into a huge altercation, at that fraternity house party that night, right before the killings happened. So there's,
Didn't you say it was like a rage type killing where there was a lot of blood at the scene
yeah,
that the person stabbed the people or cut the people?
it said that it was so horrific that one of the victims' lungs and liver, I believe, was completely destroyed, which is really fucked up.
That's a lot of stabs.
Yeah. And there's another thing. It happened before the arrest happened. It was on, I think it's 4chan or Reddit, and this person started commenting and saying that this might be really graphic, so if you don't want to hear it, shut your ears up, like cover your ears. But they said that they took the entrails and hung them up by the fan and did all this fucked up other shit with a knife and stuff. And then they said, come find me, I'm in Pennsylvania. And that's where they ended up finding him, was Pennsylvania.
Bullshit.
Yeah, seriously. So it's like, I can't tell if it's multiple people who are working together to create paper trail to throw people off, but multiple times when he called in, he kept talking about the frat house, the Sigma Chi frat house. And then there was this random 4chan post that talked about 2 of the fraternity members were constantly always talking about wanting to get away with murder, just like the movie Murder by Numbers, by the way. And the person who posted it claimed they were part of the fraternity. So they were like, oh yeah, we overhear stuff. But I'm starting to think that was also him posting stuff. So why does he continuously keep going back to the Sigma Chi and the fraternity? Because that's even where the police kept going. They were like going to the fraternity, asking questions. The entire fraternity's Facebook page is completely shut down. It's private right now. So I'm wondering, is it possible that the police could go back to the website for that anonymous survey and tap into the IP addresses that were filling out the survey and then be able to connect it back to anyone from the Sigma Chi fraternity? And then if that's the case, it makes sense why there was so much evidence left behind. Because think about this. If there's someone who literally just got their master's in criminology, and one of the things in criminology is understanding evidence left behind in a fucking scene of the crime, do you think he would go and do that and leave all that evidence? Do you think that's even humanly possible?
Well, I think it's possible that the guy that enjoys cutting up animals and having pictures of him cutting up animals and stuff.
Well, that's a different person.
Is a greater suspect in actually committing the crime of killing the people, and that the other person may have been an accomplice and was actually set up with the note about going to Pennsylvania and to give that other person time to get out of the country. Because you said that the other guy came from Africa.
So no, he didn't come from Africa. He ran away to Africa the night of the crime. So his alibi was that the night that the 4 were murdered, he drove 5 hours out of the way to his family's cabin at like 3 a.m. of all things. 3 a.m. He drove out to his parents' cabin that's 5 hours away. And then he didn't have to leave any DNA for the police. And then he went with his family to Africa because they have like ties to Africa, and he hunts and mutilates animals out there. So that dude has always been suspect number 1 to a lot of people looking into this. And there's a lot of people saying like, oh, you people trying to play internet detectives and wrongly accusing people of being killers. You should be ashamed of yourself. It's like, bro, they're not releasing it yet, but I'm pretty sure the cops are going to fucking say there was an accomplice or accomplices, and this guy was just the mastermind that set this shit up. Because I really don't think, like, if that post on 4chan was true, because there were 2 people that actually reached out and responded to that post, the 2 fraternity brothers from Sigma Chi, they 1 out of the 2 responded to those allegations. I'm like, why would you respond to that? Because we didn't really have any names or anything, but this one fraternity brother from Sigma Chi actually responded to that allegation going around 4chan. And I'm like, okay, well, if you look at the patterns, the Brian guy continuously calls in and continuously points the finger and is trying to put blame on 2 fraternity brothers over at Sigma Chi. For 1. And 2, we know he was reaching out and trying to get the psychology response behind people who've either done a crime or want to do a crime. And so it makes sense if he found these 2 fraternity brothers, took advantage of them psychologically, gave them the perfect alibi, but knew that they were such rookies, they would fuck up. I think he fucking planned it. I think he's doing this as his like manifesto or some shit. I'm not kidding.
Next time you go on one of these chat boards or whatever, throw out the name Eric Parker. See if that rings a bell with anybody. I think you're onto something.
Oh my God. Where's Galaxy? He's probably gonna be like, fuck you, Street.
If he's lurking, I'm not looking at chat, but if he's lurking, that'll get him in here.
That is hilarious. He's gonna be like, you know what, man? I kicked your ass at trivia yesterday. This is why you're talking shit. I don't know. It's just like I feel like this is too easy, right? It's like he was waiting for the cops to come find him. The lawyer today said that he called his father to come pick him up in Idaho and drive his white Elantra home when all that shit went down. So that's another weird detail, right? So if you know there's a bolo out on your car and you know you're only 10 minutes away from where it happened, I feel like the first thing you'd want to do is try and either make it seem like your car got stolen or something. But he just let his car chill there. Didn't try and hide anything. Didn't try to hide a single thing. It's like this dude wanted to get caught.
Or just didn't care if he got caught.
No, this is like a game of cat and mouse. Like he just got his master's in criminology and he has constantly tried to prove he's the smartest one in the room. So what would be more vindicating than being tied to one of the most horrific mass murders of 2022 that spent an entire 45 days for the cops to finally do something? It just makes no sense unless it was what he was trying to plan all along. He's like, okay, well, put me on trial. He's not trying to stay away from trial. He's trying to get put on trial as soon as possible because he knows the world's watching. They said that there was, I believe, 48 FBI agents working on this case. And then they had the whole two police departments. And then the profilers, like famous celebrity profilers, all working on that. Like the whole world was working on this case.
So here's a question. He's in Pennsylvania, right? Is where they have him held?
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania and Idaho, do they both have the death sentence?
I'm not sure.
I'll bet you Pennsylvania does. I'm just going out on a limb here. My guess is Pennsylvania does still have the capital punishment or whatever, death sentence.
Well, they gave him a suicide vest when they arrested him.
I think that's standard anymore to keep them from being shot too. Isn't that like what they call the vest, Kevlar vest or whatever? Is that bulletproof too?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they don't want anyone to run in, pull a Jack Ruby, and yeah, it could be that's how deep down dark he got, and definitely accomplices. I think it's more than one, 4 people. Yeah, and the more I hear about entrails and all that shit, that's a lot of. And think about it. If you've never done something like that before, you know how the adrenaline. I mean, they got to be like freaking. That's an intense. Picture the scene. That's intense violence, man. I mean, that's unless you're used to it. And it sounds like a hunter would be used to that. They would be used to blood and animals shaking and, especially if they're
Well,
doing cutting up dogs and shit.
well, for one thing, they said that they haven't found the murder weapon. They don't have the murder weapon. So if like they got the DNA, they matched him because of the white Elantra, and so they have him locked up, but they don't have the murder weapon. They don't have the the reason why or whatever, the motive. They don't have the motive. Because it's still it's still open investigation. And you have like all these FBI agents, police departments, fucking YouTubers, TikTokers, all these people working on this thing. This is like a dream come true for someone studying criminology. It's kind of crazy. Like, if they don't have a murder weapon, how are they going to try him?
Well, heck, people get tried for murder without bodies even being found.
Yeah, for sure. Weapons or bodies, there's been still trial. Yeah.
Then why is he so cocky? Why is he like so eager to go to trial in Idaho and saying, I can't wait to clear my name?
Well, like you're saying, he thinks he's the smartest guy in not only in the room but in the world.
Well, then that again makes me think, how could this, if he was behind this, right? I think he orchestrated it. I don't think he did it. I think he orchestrated it. And if he orchestrated it, that would explain how he would be able to clear his name, at least for first-degree murder. Because he set two dumb fucks from the university up to do it instead.
Right, which is the Charles Manson type situation. But as we know, Charles Manson got put in prison for his entire life.
It's just so weird. And then they said he was extreme vegan. Like, he was so vegan that he made his parents throw out all their pots and pans and buy new ones because he didn't want any meat touching the pots and pans.
Oh, what a spoiled little fucking brat. And they did it?
Yeah. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, if you're vegan, how are you going to mutilate someone if you can't even eat meat? That's another theory that
because he's a liar.
Huh?
Because he's a liar.
No, and the people at the breweries and stuff nearby said that he always was really weird and asking women like weird questions and stuff. And so I guess the last time he showed up at the brewery, the manager was like, hey, Brian, we're happy to have you back and everything, but we're not going to have any trouble this time, right? And they claimed like he was really confused. Like, what do you mean? But all the people who allegedly worked there were like super creeped out by him. And I'm just like, I feel like this dude was clearly a loner. All the people that they've been profiling who had association or considered them friends with him all said he was really like lonerish, and he was overweight and stuff. And then all of a sudden he started shooting up heroin and boxing, and he got really thin, and then he started wanting to fight people all the time, and he was considered a bully. And that's why this one girl stopped being friends with him, because he was just like a bully and he was angry and trying to fight all the time.
Was he taking steroids?
I have no idea, but that's what my ex used to do. He used to take steroids. That's when he drop kicked the door into my face and split my lip right open. So yes.
So in any of these reports, did they say he started breaking out? He had acne problems?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that, but yeah, I know what you mean though.
Yeah. It sounds like he was injected steroids.
So they're doing heroin and steroids?
That's a hell of a combination, man.
Yes. But it's still
steroids would help account for the rage type situation.
Yeah, for sure.
That is
that's what you're describing is pretty damn brutal.
Yeah.
But that's what makes me think, like, I don't know. I'm not studying criminology, but I sure am intrigued by the patterns and the behavioral patterns. And if you're going to say you're extreme vegan, how can you go and mutilate a person? Unless it's just because you're not mutilating animals, but you're mutilating humans. So technically that still makes you a vegan? I don't fucking know. Like,
Yeah, but they can still be frauds. They can say whatever they want. They can go around and eat nuts around everybody and eat meat all they want somewhere else where nobody can see them. Just because somebody says something doesn't mean anything. It's kind of like an alibi.
well, they said that he actually went to school with one of the victim's sisters.
I wouldn't associate his eating habits with any type of psychological violence and stuff. I don't think that would stop any behavior just because he was a vegan.
Well, whenever I think of like the vegans, especially extreme vegans, I think about how they're so against, the mistreatment of animals and how they don't, approve of them getting murdered and turned into food. Like every vegan I've ever talked to or known is just straight up like, if you even have meat near them, they're like, really, really, bro? Like, what the fuck? That's disrespectful. And it's just like, this is my lunch. What the fuck am I supposed to do? And then it's like people who, under my theory, is people who are studying criminology. They're the ones trying to study the behavior of mass murderers and killers so that they could profile and think like them to stop them.
Well, maybe he was hanging out by that food truck and wanted to kill him some meat eaters, man.
No, he actually is seen on footage at the fucking food truck before they showed up. Someone found the footage.
Well, if he's hanging around, I'm sure they're serving meat up in that food truck. It wasn't
No,
a vegan.
he didn't order anything, but the fucking creepiest thing, I saw it this morning street and I got chills. So it shows on the video footage, there's like two people that like are standing around awkwardly, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, this dude with like a hood, he has a mustache, but you can't fucking fake that broke ass bitch nose, right? And so he's wearing a hood and he comes right up and he looks right into the camera and he just dead stares into the fucking camera for like a minute. It was
Wow.
so creepy. I'm like, I don't know. It's possible he may have killed one of them. I don't think he would have been able to kill four, but I really think that he psychologically set everything up and he found a way to make his accomplices take the fall. I think that's what it's going to be. I'm not kidding.
Well, I keep alluding to the fact that we're so desensitized with movies and news, and we're desensitized to death and the gore. But picture it, especially four people and with a knife. That's a hell divided. I bet you there's over 300 stabs to hear about it. If lungs and dismember and entrails are coming out, that's a vicious, violent scene. And at the same time, there's two other people on another floor.
Wait, so Lily's saying that he sold one of the victims a car. He got infatuated with the girl in the house. I haven't seen that confirmed yet. Where did she get that information from? Oh, look at this. Quark saying, as a member of this community, I don't appreciate you lecturing about being respectful when you on the show called someone a cunt. That's disgusting. Oh, you mean my ex-boyfriend's sister? Yeah, she's a cunt. She is a or cunt. She's a cunt or, okay? This is my channel, and I will call her a cunt as I see fit forever long as I see fit. So I'm sorry, Quarks. You could get the fuck out of my chat room, yeah, cunt.
It's good to be the king and queen, huh?
Did you hear Paul and Bill talking about how you're like sitting on your high horse because
Yeah.
you fuck everyone?
Yeah. In my thong bikini with a butt plug. Yep, I heard that shit.
I'm sorry.
What crossed my mind is these are grown men, and when they think of me, they picture me sitting in the throne in a striped bikini thong with a butt plug. That's kind of fucking disturbing, man. I'm like, God damn.
Dude, like what?
Yeah, That's disturbing.
Oh, Paul's in here right
It
now.
sounds like they
Thank
might have
you.
pictures. Sounds like they might have their favorite pictures that they look at like that.
I think so, man. It's like some Freudian slips going on there.
Well, Paul's in chat right now.
Actually, they're in love with you.
Street. Paul is in chat right now.
Is he?
Yeah. He says, thank you. I know what's going on.
We do too, Paul.
Well, so this is another thing I want to like bring to light. I love how people get so offended by the word cunt or fuck or shit, hell, damn, bitch. Like, do they not understand these are just words and it's just the power you give them that upsets you? That's it. I could call you a fucking chalupa and you would probably get offended. It's just funny. It's funny. Like, I can't even tell you how many times a man has called me a bitch before. Paul, you're 100% one of them. I don't get offended by it. It's like, come on. It's a word. I don't know why people are getting so offended. They're like, as a member of this society, I want to voice my opinion and let you know that I am highly offended that you use the word cunt. I'm sorry. Do you not have one? If you have one, why can't
I
you?
don't have one.
It's funny.
Well,
It's funny.
beyond popular belief between Bill and Paul, I don't have one either.
Oh, hold on. I gotta go warn Shiloh about this real fast. Hold, please. Hold, please.
That's kind of scary what you said earlier, Candy, about the situation, the society in America today is grooming or raising possible sociopathic killers in the future because of their circumstances. I'm glad I'm old, man. I'm glad I'm 60. I think it's going to get crazy, man, when this generation grows up. Late mid 90s to present day with all the opiates and heroin addiction and the poverty is raised because of COVID and other things. It's going to be atrocious, man, this next generation.
Yeah.
I think I'll predict we'll start seeing a lot more laws and a lot more control over people by the government just to try to keep it down.
Okay. I just updated Shiloh and let him know
Let him know what?
that Paul claimed he'd be reaching out to talk to him soon. And I told him, you need to be fuck careful.
Oh, yeah. I kind of doubt if he has I don't think he has Shiloh on speed dial or anyone in the family.
Well, he, according to Fenn, when I used to talk to him, he used to harass Fenn all the time. And allegedly, he was threatening to hurt someone in the chase. I can't say if this is true or not. I'm just saying allegedly he was threatening to have someone in the chase harmed if Forrest didn't own up and tell him what was going on with the treasure and tell him where the chest was and shit.
I heard the same thing. Hearsay, of course, but I heard the same story. Yeah, it's about the same time. I heard that 20-minute K-Pro recording, phone conversation recording.
Wait, what? That he was threatening?
I heard the same story that you just told about Paul. Yeah. When I first heard that 21-minute audio of a phone recording that he recorded of K-Pro, I heard that story at the same time I heard that tape.
Oh, careful, you get a defamation, deformation. It's called defamation, not deformation. If you are psychologically Freudian slipping, trying to say you're gonna deform me, I'm gonna screen that shot, that one too. Like, it's defamation, deformation. Like, what the fuck? And I will loose. He said, I will loose. I think you're supposed to say lose, not loose. What the fuck?
Well, I just want to make an observation. I haven't blocked, obviously, but every time I want everyone to pay attention. If you don't know who Paul is, every chat he goes into, he's disrupted like this, angry, threatening, condescending.
But don't forget, he's very religious.
Yeah, but I'm not exaggerating this. I've been aware of him for many years. He's like this in every, and if you let him on your Zoom, oh my God, you just might as well just sit back and fucking just spin, man, because you're going nowhere. It'll just be nonsensical blabbering, man. In my opinion, of course, Paul. And you're welcome to sue me. Barb tried to sue me. How'd that work out for a lawyer? Are you a better lawyer than her? You can sue me, Paul. Go right ahead. That's not a threat. That's a promise.
Oh, Rob wants to come in. Hold on. I wonder why Galaxy's probably hungover. Let's stay up super late with our crazy asses playing trivia. Street, you think you oh my God, I can't with these goddamn grammatical errors and typos. It's YOU''RE. Fuck.
What's that? Street what?
Street, you think you're God, but he spelt it as in possessive your instead of fucking.
Paul said that?
Yeah.
Well, Paul, you're correct. I am God, and as I understand it, you believe you're the Antichrist. Well, we already know how that battle's going to win, don't we?
Oh, Lord have mercy. I ain't got no time for the fall of fucking Paul, okay? Nobody wants to witness the fall of Paul.
What's happening, Rob? Made
Hey,
it
how's
into
it
the new
going?
year.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Rob,
Hey, Woody Boggs says you can't sue on hearsay. Exactly. Exactly. I didn't say it was true or not. I said allegedly. There's a fucking difference. God, when I'm not having to deal with Barbara Street, now I have to deal with Paul.
No, it's a really simple fix, just like your phones. You just block. Block.
Just block. You just block the whack-a-mole.
That's a wonderful thing to have.
It's fun too.
Mhm.
I really like these show. It's great. Are we sure this is actually Paul, or is this someone fucking pretending to be him? Because I can't even with this the typing.
Well, I hate to throw fuel on the fire, but allegedly, I heard through hearsay that he's an alcoholic too.
God. Dear God. I mean, I'm not gonna knock any alcoholics because when I'm emotionally fucking traumatized or going through some shit, I tend to gravitate towards alcohol thinking, hey, that's gonna solve my answers. But did it? No. It just makes me want to answer a stupid response that I should not respond to. So
No, I was indicating about his spelling. If you're questioning if it's really him.
oh. I'm just like,
Could be Scotch finger. I think they call it Scotch finger.
Oh God, that's funny. No, like, I don't know. I kind of just want to go back to profiling that person and
Yes.
what we think might happen in 2 days.
Yes.
It's just so crazy because it's like they're saying that he's eerily similar to Ted Bundy. They're saying like the same deep set simpatico eyes, thin lips. I think they said the jaw feature is the same too. But the nose, like when people took the picture of him getting arrested with the suicide vest, they were like, look at his nose. Is it broken? Like that's a fucked up nose. And they're like, did Ethan get a like good punch in before, he killed him or whatever? But it just looks like that's how his nose is. He's got a really defined, almost broken looking nose. It's kind of weird. I misspell all the time or even add unnecessary letters too. See, so you're fine though. You're never like in here talking shit or trying to like mistreat or I don't even know the right word usage for it right now, but it's different. So you're good. Yeah, but see, this is why I don't like having dumbasses in my chat. They totally throw the whole topic off. Like, no, 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 no. What are they doing? What are you doing? Like, stop it. Oh shit, where did I put? Should I go over that book that I refound again, Street?
Yeah, the what was it? The one Trusted was talking about. He did his.
Oh no, not that one. That one I'll need to get into later. It's the George Fisher book. It's a journal
Yes.
that allegedly came from Riverside Library. I think that's so funny. It's called The Fisher Family. And it talks about, let's see. Oh, did I open it upside down? You sees. See, copyright 1959, Mary Fisher Parmenter, all rights reserved. Huh. And then here's the picture. Here's the exact picture that is on Rick Havashki's website. And then he took it down. It's the same picture. Hold on. I didn't even see this last time. What? Okay, check this out. Look at this, Street.
Who is that?
George Fisher.
Holy shit.
You see? Do you see?
That's a northern outfit, isn't it? For the north?
I'm not sure. I'm not really familiar with like
It
metals.
well, it's
and
a
stuff.
star. The reason I'm saying it looks like you really can't tell the color, but it's not a Confederate flag behind him. That's a star.
But do you see the face?
Yeah.
And I did my research and I did find the bloodline does go back to Fenn, just like Mel Fisher too.
There's a resemblance there. The forehead, the nose, the eye set.
Dude, looks just like Fenn. Trips me out. And I'm not talking about Icebox Canyon fishes. See, George Fisher, 1795 to 1873. See right there. So, the life of George Fisher, Denawab to Mississippi, and you know how Fenn insisted on a window pane in Mississippi breaking. Interesting. Escosis in Yorkanos, collector, secretary, secret agent. Oh shit, I'm gonna go to that. I haven't seen this. I haven't even like really read this book because I didn't have, any like confidence in my theory until I started to really look into it, and then I found like the connections. But like, look at this. This is so cool.
I'm tired. I gotta go lay down.
Okay.
So
Good night, Trusted.
I'll see you all later.
Have a good
Later,
night.
Trusted.
Good night, Rob. Good night, Lady Otech. Good night, Street.
Good night.
Good night,
Ooh.
everybody in chat.
Good
How do
night.
I do?
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
What's a dream anymore?
True. So this is early in May 1830. George Fisher appeared at San Felipe after a conference with Stephen F. Austin. He decided to establish the customs at Galveston, Texas, temporarily, mainly to stop the contraband trade in tobacco being carried on with the United States and Cuba. Fisher was still working in the dark, having received no instructions from the Mexican government, but Austin treated him with courtesy and respect. Fisher asked his advice on the Nacogdoches colony. Austin suggested he consult General Turan. On May 18th, Fisher was officially recognized by the local government. He then announced in Texas Gazette. Wasn't the Texas Gazette what Fenn's father used to write in all the time?
I thought it was, yeah, because that paper or because that's something, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the newspaper.
I think
he was
it is.
placing.
Yeah, I think so.
That he was placing the main custom house at the mouth of the Brazos, but also placing a deputy on Galveston Island. Ships on entering ports must present manifests of cargo, and passengers must have passports. The Gazette also published an editorial by Austin himself. All citizens must unite to aid the collector of customs in regularizing the situation. and in doing away with all smuggling. Fisher advertised for bids for constructing a brick building at Brazos Bar and a lighthouse on Galveston Island. Upon July 1st, he received his first order from General Tran, and it was an order to suspend operations. So where's the part where he's like, he's a spy or something? He's a secret agent. How are you a secret agent? What's going on? The Texas Gazette shows that. The Fisher, by his actions and conduct, appears, oh God, that sounds like Barbara, strenuously anxious to trammel the body in difficulties to further his own individual views. Also, the said Fisher has laterally declared that last year, while residing in Mexico, he acted as a secret emissary and spy of General Guerrero and then President of the Republic, and consequently opposing the work of reformation and the restoration of the Constitution and laws from the shackles which burden them. What? Did you hear that straight?
Yes.
Isn't that kind of like a big fucking deal?
Yes.
And consequently opposing the work of reformation and the restoration of the Constitution and laws from the shackles which burden them. That is, in 1830, the colonists saw what? Bustamante? Bustamante?
That's stuff like Trusted talks about.
What the fuck? Yeah, it is. As the restorer of the Constitution, Guerrero, whom Bustamante's firing squad had in any case executed on February 14th, as a rebel. And since Fisher has been acting as secretary to this body, he has endeavored to take advantage of their total ignorance of the Spanish language and cause the body to declare by its official act that the members were partisans. Hold on. Partisans. Let me get that page open. Nice. Hold on. Okay. Partisans and entered into the views and feelings of political parties without informing the members, when they had always manifested to Fisher that as adopted citizens, they owed obedience to the Constitution and laws. It is not quite clear here whether William meant that Fisher tried to make the, I don't know what that word is. That's a really weird word. Ayuntamiento appear to the Centralists of Federalists, but Williams, who knew Spanish very well indeed, emphasizes the members' ignorance of the official language through which they were governed and in which they were required to conduct all business in Texas. And then they go on to talk about the unacquainted with the Castilian language. That popped up many times in my research. I'm not going to lie there. Talking about the Alcade, San Felipe.
And
All
we're
this-
talking we're in the early 1800s right now, right?
Yeah, like 1830.
So that's pre-Civil War time.
I guess so. I'm terrible with dates and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I think Civil War was like 1860 to 1865 or something. I think it's 1860s.
Huh.
So the 1830s, we're expanding, we're prosperous. I mean, no, there's no wars around, there's adventure everywhere.
Well, right here it says all this has been prologue. We come now to Act 1 of the tragicomedy of the disturbances of Onahawk, a sort of Boston Tea Party before the War of Independence. To students of this heroic period in Texas, George Fisher, the high-handed collector of customs, is usually presented as a villain, an agent of the despotic system imposed upon true-hearted Texans. It may be permitted to his great-grandchildren to amend the statement to read, he got himself into a false position for a time in Texas, but he too was a Texan. Man, he sounds like he did some serious shit. Let's see what else I could find on this. Because what? On December 15th, a Sabine loaded with cotton sailed from Brazoria without a permit. Captain Jerry Brown, with the help of William H. Wharton and the approval of John Austin, officer of the port, refused to get clearance papers from Onahawk. The guard at Velasco fired upon
the schooner, but he proceeded. Several other boats also ran the blockade within the next few days. At least one of them fired upon the guard, wounding a Mexican soldier. On December 16th, the citizens of Brazoria, supported by many from San Felipe, held a righteous meeting. Oh God. They addressed a petition to George Fisher asking that he rescind his order dated November 24th when Branch T. Archer and George B. McKinstry took it to him at Henanock. Okay, I'm kind of bored of this one, but what the fuck? Santa Anna, the false liberal. I know in here somewhere it talks about the Freemasons and stuff like that. Let's go back to the glossary. The glossary. Oh, here's a foreword. I didn't see this. About 1952 or before, the general idea of finding out and recording that past history and present ramifications of the Fisher family of Mississippi, especially the descendants of Hiram Fisher of Claiborne County and George W. Fisher of Hinds County, began to take shape, largely through the efforts of Lawrence Mallett of Greenwood, Mississippi, and Russell Fisher of Claiborne County, himself with some experience as a genealogist. From then on, the Fisher family reunions have been held and outdoors picnics on the last Sunday in June in locations near the old homes. In 1957, Mary Prempter of Tallahassee, Florida, attended the reunion and thereupon undertook to complete the writing up of the miscellaneous material. The present publication is thus a joint project. Many years ago, partly in order to join the DAR, Blanche Fisher, Yates had begun making inquiries in order to ascertain both the New England ancestry of her mother, Jeannie Smith Fisher, and the Maryland ancestry of her grandmother, Elizabeth Davis Fisher. A letter to her from Mary Ann Hannah, love of Port Arthur, Texas, dated December 8th, 1927, established contact with the descendants of Lee Davis Robinson. Records identifying James Robinson, second husband of Lee, were supplied by Miss Greek L. Rice of Clarksdale. That sounds like such a made-up name. Greek L. Rice.
Like Greek, the country Greek?
Yeah. Or technically that would be Greece and the language is Greek, but yeah, Greek.
Yeah, Greek. I don't think I've ever heard anyone with the name Greek.
Right? Miss Greek L. Rice. That's such a trippy name. Soon it became evident that a history of the Fisher family must begin with the biography of the adventurous George Fisher, much of whose life had been involved in the history of Texas. Information from the archives at the Texas State Library wait a minute. Didn't Ben say he found something with that weird cult book? Remember when him and Alan were chasing D.B. Cooper theories and the Ha 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 book?
Yeah.
Don't you remember how there was a passage in the book? Like, I purchased the book, didn't read all of it. I just purchased it for like one specific part. And the couple who were approached by this like old man claimed that he had history, like bloodline history, dating back to the family member who was all about Texas. I remember that. And right here it's showing George Fisher mainly was like all about Texas. The heck? I'm gonna have to go back and find that screenshot of that book again. I swear these pieces never stop coming. Information from the archives of the Texas State Library and the University of Texas Library and from the Houston City Library, all of which have collections of George Fisher material, revealed that his biographical sketch would in itself be a major undertaking. Our primary debts are to the patient and cooperative archivists and librarians, past and present in these institutions, and then most of all to Miss Clark Wright of El Paso, Texas. Ha! What does El Paso, Texas link back to, Street?
I don't know.
Well, right here it's saying Miss Wright, then Miss Bessie Lucille Letts, wrote her study in 1928 as an MA thesis in history at the University of Texas, working under the direction of Professor Eugene C. Barker, long famous as an authority on history of Texas, the author of Life of Stephen F. Austin. Stephen F. Austin, wasn't he the one that was with Fenn's ancestor, the pirate? I was just reading this. Stephen F. Austin, he was the one that was on a pirate ship, and Forrest Fenn's ancestor was stuck with him on the ship.
Isn't Austin that's the city in Texas? Isn't Austin one of like the big names there? Austin,
Yeah,
family name.
But the point is, it's the life of Stephen F. Austin. Stephen F. Austin was, I think, a pirate, if I'm not mistaken. Shit, I gotta go back because someone else in Discord was posting a link to I forgot the name of the pirate, but he is in fact Fenn's ancestor. Like Fenn even admitted to that pirate being his ancestor. And I was just reading this like 2 days ago, and it literally said Stephen F. Austin was the one manning the ship.
Wow.
What the fuck? So it's saying George Fisher was associated with Stephen F. Austin. And then you've got Russell Fisher, went to Austin, Texas. The surmises and indifferences on George Fisher are ours, and though we have gleaned data from additional sources, our main factual foundation for chapter 1 has been a thesis, and without Miss Wright cooperation, we could not have produced our life of George Fisher. Huh. This is so interesting. What the hell? What the hell?
Well, it makes sense that with that pairing and the Fisher family went off to end up looking for sunken ships.
Well, yeah, because in the book it says that George Fisher was given the maps to which where the fleet of Spanish ships from Florida back in like the time he was alive. I'm pretty sure it was when he was alive, the Spanish ships sank. So he had all the maps where they were headed and where they end up sinking. I remember reading about that. Let me see. It says that George Fisher, he's okay. George Fisher, soldier, adventurer, scholar, and pioneer, was born near Budapest, Hungary, on April 30th, 1795. Emigrating to the United States of America in his early youth, he became a naturalized citizen in Port Gibson, Claiborne County, Mississippi, by marrying Elizabeth Davis, whose family had come from Maryland to that same region a few years before and had there established a cotton plantation. He founded the family whose connections we here propose to trace. Huh. Interesting. I need to find the part where it talks about the Freemasonry and the treasure maps. Let me see. I think it's. Ooh, ow, shit. Is this a library card? What's this say? Oh, interesting. This is kind of cool. Okay. Where did the glossary go so I can figure out where to read? So I want to see the Freemasonry stuff. Okay, here it is. The Davis family. That's what I connected Fenn with. Was, remember his grandmother, Ivor Pearl Davis?
Yep.
Yep, that's how he's connected.
That's the one with the log cabin behind him, right?
Yeah.
And she's like it looks like she's holding his ear.
Yeah, something like that. So interesting. So it shows Oh, they have the Yucatan. Okay, so this is the Yucatan. This is probably the chapter I should be reading because he's the one that purchased half of Cozumel. Family name and birthplace of George Fisher. Some records of George Fisher, early and late. The sons of George Fisher and Elizabeth Davis Fisher. War and Peace in Mississippi. Family graveyard. Descendants of Hiram Fisher. Descendants of George W. Fisher. Index of names. Wait, that's it? Well, then I guess I need where's the one that I found? There's the Federalist, Lone Star Patriots. Oh, that's what you're thinking about. It's the Lone Star Patriots. With that star.
Oh, is that okay? Well, yeah, it looks like a pretty like one solid big one, man. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it almost looks fake. Like these pictures, like what? It looks so fake. So weird. So I guess it would make sure citizens of Houston, Santa Ana, false liberal. Yeah, I would say 73 is probably the most important because it's the Yucatan. We know Cozumel's in the Yucatan.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. Page 73. Okay. Interlude in Yucatan. There was revolt among the Indians of Central America, and at the same time, the people of Yucatan, encouraged by the success of Texas, were striving to become independent of Mexico. There was thus more than the normal amount of difficulty in the way of anyone who dared travel in that general region in the early 1840s. But it was then that John Lloyd Stevens. Wait, who's John Lloyd Stevens again?
John Lloyd Stevens?
Yeah. Why does that sound so familiar? Was he the one that wrote Treasure Island? Why does John Lloyd Stevens sound so fucking familiar? I don't know why.
There is I remember, yeah, I don't know his first. Stevens is definitely an author. I can't remember his first name.
I gotta Google that real fast. Oh wait. Holy shit. Oh my god. But it was then that John Lloyd Stevens and his artist draftman friend Frederick Catherwood had happened to hear of the lost cities of gold of the Mayas and set forth to uncover, map, and record them. That's why that sounds so fucking familiar. I told you, Street. I told you, it always goes back to the fucking cities of gold.
Yep, always.
Holy shit. Okay, so yeah, we got George Fisher, Forrest ancestor, who ever since 1841 has been looking for the 7 cities of fucking gold. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. Okay, Stevens got himself appointed by President Van Buren as American charge d'affaires in Central America, and the 2 remarkably interesting Americans were soon in the midst of all sorts of alarms and discoveries. On October 30th, 1841, they arrived in Merida, the capital city of Yucatan, and were soon to become aware of the governor's, hold on, this just got really intriguing to me, perplexities, I could talk, and the imminence of an attack by the recurrent Santa Ana. But wait, wasn't the Santa Ana the one that had Fenn's ancestor on it? The pirate with the other dude?
Santa Ana?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the name of the boat that I read about with Fenn's ancestor, the pirate. It was called
the general at the Alamo was Santa Ana.
Well, this boat was called Santa Ana. What the fuck? Okay, my brain's officially like plugged into the universe. The Texan schooner War San Antonio arrived in Sisal, bringing a proposition for Yucatan to pay $8,000 per month toward the support of the Texan Navy and for the Texan vessels to remain upon the coast of the Yucatan and protect it against invasion by Mexico. So he's just over there trying to stop wars and at the same time looking for the 7 cities of gold.
Yep.
Are you kidding
Seems
me?
like everyone was back then, huh?
Yeah.
So, by alliance with the Texans, whom Santa Anna still regarded as the worst of rebels and was exerting every effort to reconquer Yucatan, so Stevens was in danger whether she declared her independence or not. But it was pleasant to stay in the house of Donna Miglia, and a few days after their arrival, there was an unprecedented gathering there of various American visitors, most of them from the ship Lucinda, just in at Sicily. Then the arrival of the schooner of war San Antonio and the other two, the San Bernard and the Austin, were to arrive later. Brought among us a citizen of the world, Mr. George Fisher, as appeared by his various papers of naturalization, was natural de la ciudad y Fortaleza de Belgrada en la provincia de Servia del Imperio Otomano, or a native of the city and fortress of Belgrade in the province of Servia in the Ottoman Empire.
Ottoman.
Whoa. What the fuck? Okay. Once we note a contradiction between the statement and what Livingston was to make more than 10 years later, that George Fisher was born near Budapest, Hungary. The Spanish wording shows that what Stevens saw were Fisher's Mexican naturalization papers of 1829 or later credentials based upon them. Passports would no doubt give the same data as Stevens adds. His Slavonic name was Rebar, which in the German language means a fisher. And at school in Austria, it was so translated from which in the United States, it became modified to Fisher. Wait, hold on, Street. When I was reading up on Parzival, they talked about how it was either, I think it was Flegitanus or it was the other one. I can't remember the other name because there was two different names that were associated. But it was Flegitanus. Flegitanus was the scholar, and he was a scholar and astronomer who discovered these papers in, wait, was it? No, Flegitanus was the one who wrote the papers. Okay, so he was a scholar and an astronomer, and he had to go under a pseudonym because back then they would like kill you for ever revealing any of the shit. Anyways, he claims that the reason why the Templar Seon have the symbol of the dove in the sliver of the moon is because not only were they protecting the knowledge of divine consciousness, but they also stated that the name or the bloodline of the Grail was revealed to them in the sliver of the moon, and they actually said that that bloodline was Fisher, and they said that it went back to the time of King Solomon. They were a descendant of King Solomon, and how it traced back to Budapest and other places. And so now I'm sitting here.
That substantiates that axeman and the dove and the moon picture, huh?
Well, not only that, but it further confirms what it was talking about with Flegitanus, because of George Fisher, his real name was Rubar, and it means Fisher, Fischer, and he's out there looking for the 7 cities of gold, and they're the ones that are supposed to be protecting that secret. That is way too many coincidences not to be fucking factual.
Yep.
And
if that's what it represents, think about the wood, the trees gone. There's nowhere to hide. Wouldn't that indicate no place to hide?
100%.
Yep.
And then it keeps going back to German. And I told you, like, all of this goes back to German, like Ben's the motif of his chest and everything. The origin point is in Germany. And it's literally the story of Parzival. And Parzival, the right version of Parzival, the one written by Wolfram von Echtenbach, literally said the name, the bloodline of the Grail was Fisher, and the Templar Seon were there to protect the name. And so he was Slavonic, Sklavonic, Rubar, and in German means Fisher. And that's why he took up the name Fisher, because that's his real name is Fisher. What the fuck? I'm starting to
like-
think I'm just living in a fucking simulation. This is too weird.
It just keeps going around and around. Looks like our Rob dropped off. I don't know if he had internet problems or.
I was probably bored of me just like reading a book. I'm like such a research nerd. I love shit like this. And then everyone else is like, what the fuck? So it says, that is, in a pleasant conversation amidst a gay and congenial company, Fisher explained a name which Stevens glimpsed upon his papers, Earl Stevens, who had himself traveled in Greece, Turkey, Russia, and Poland, and elsewhere, and was interested in such matters, asked how a native of Belgrade could possibly bear an English name, and Fisher gave him a plausible reply. The explanation contradicts what he was later to furnish to Livingston on the origin of our family name. Whatever his reasons for having given in 1829 in Mexico a Serbian or Slavonic name and birthplace, we can understand that now, in 1841 in Yucatan, during renewed warfare with Mexico, Fisher would have put his papers in order. They had to agree with his old ones in the official Mexican files. Perhaps he carried in his wallet the originals or certified copies of the passport, the naturalization papers, and the certificate of Mexican citizenship, which he had presented to General Cos in Matamoros in 1835, demanding a fair trial. Okay, but what? Hence he crossed over to the. Wait a minute. Didn't they say that? Was it Kansas, Kentucky? Where the fuck was it that they claim Coronado got sent to after looking for the 7 cities of gold?
I think Kansas.
Was it Kansas?
Yeah.
Well, it says hence he crossed over to Ohio River, and in the state of Mississippi by 5 years residence and abjuring all other allegiances became a citizen of the United States. Mexico obtained her independence, and he moved on to that country, becoming by due process of law a Mexican citizen. Here he established a newspaper which during the presidency of Santa Anna became so conspicuous for its liberal opinions that one fine morning an officer waited upon him with a paper containing permission for him to leave the country, which being translated meant not to return very soon. With this,
Hold on. Did you say he crossed over the Ohio River?
Yeah.
That means it headed south to Mississippi?
Yeah.
Ohio, he had to have been in Ohio. The Ohio River is at the bottom border of Ohio. It runs east to west, basically.
Yeah, it says hence he crossed over to the Ohio River.
Crossed over to the Ohio River.
Huh.
And if he was heading south, if I'm not, well, yeah, that'd have to be Ohio heading down south.
Huh. Well, it says besides Fisher had just a short time before presented his account to the Tampico expedition. What the fuck is a Tampico expedition? I'm just over here still trying to understand why he purchased Cozumel, and you already know why. This man 100% just admitted to being on the search for the 7 cities of gold, and then he goes and purchases half of the fucking island of Cozumel.
Yeah.
And Skippy died in Cozumel.
Yeah.
Dude, I cannot make this shit up. What the flying fuck?
And then Forrest buys a Pueblo and excavates 1% of it, 50 rooms, basically.
I'm telling you, his whole bloodline has been looking for the 7 cities of gold. And not only him, but if you go back, the person who discovered the Palace of Palenque is associated in the bloodline to Douglas Preston. Did you know that? Did I ever mention that?
No, what was that?
So I forgot who it was. So it was so George Fisher, Forrest's ancestor, teamed up with Douglas Preston's ancestor, and together they were behind the discovery of the Palace of Palenque, or Palenque, the one that I said was the what was it? The secret chamber of the Temple of Inscriptions with King Pakal. And that
Yep.
was the one that had the name of San Lazaro written in it, but it was the original name of San Lazaro.
I do remember you mentioning the two. Yeah.
So let's think about this real fast. So George Fisher, and then the other person, I'm gonna have to go back to find his name again. I remember I did this at Ben and Ashley's house, by the way. The same day, Ben showed me if you use a light on the symbol of the dove and the moon, it shows the word protecting. It's the same day I did this. I discovered that Douglas Preston's ancestor was behind the discovery of the Palace of Palenque.
Yeah.
So George Fisher goes to Mexico looking for the seven cities of gold, specifically the Yucatan Peninsula, purchases half of Cozumel. Then they find their way to the Palace of Palenque. They discover it. And later on, fast forward to 1971, like 100 and something years later, their blood ancestor, or their ancestor, whatever, their relative, I don't fucking know how to say it for future tense versus past tense. Anyways, their bloodline, 100 years later, discovers the Groyler Codex that then leads them back to Cozumel and shows them the Temple of the Moon Goddess. And the Temple of the Moon Goddess reveals, hey, you got to go back to the Palace of Palenque. Only you need to figure out there's a secret hidden tomb that will tell you what to find. And that hidden tomb talks about the seven cities gold and leads them directly to San Lazaro.
Connect the dots, huh?
And I've been talking about this entire time since like last year, and people are like, Indy's going crazy. She's talking about Grail. She's talking about like, no, I'm not talking about the actual fucking Trinity. I'm not talking about the Holy Grail. I'm talking about the Grail. There's a difference.
The representation of the Grail.
Yeah, and that's why in what was it? It was, I'm telling you, you guys got to look into Wolfram von Echtenbach. He was not only an actual German knight, he was also a troubadour and a minsinger. And I'm telling you, in Parzival, it's revealed to you that there's a secret society of troubadours and minsingers from Germany that were literally formed to create and hide little like Easter eggs and clues to teach you and take you to this specific secret of the seven cities of gold. And it's represented by the symbology of the Grail. Like that's where the Fisher King concept came from. It was to hide the legitimacy of the church and how the church was branding everyone heretics and burning them at the stake if you were to ever practice alchemy and talk about the Emerald Tablet. And so what did they do? They took the whole concept, turned it into the church itself, so the church couldn't go against the church. And that's why in the book, it's symbolically represented as an emerald instead of a cup, because it's representing the Emerald Tablet. And It's all about the seven cities of gold. Because if you go deep into it, it actually talks about there was another tablet discovered at the Palace of Palenque, if I'm not mistaken. And that was, they found like it was an exact match to the other one for the Emerald Tablet. So there's just all this stuff that continuously keeps popping up in my research associated with Forrest Fenn and Douglas Preston. And those two men have admittedly confirmed and agreed and outright just said they've been looking for the seven cities of gold. Like Douglas Preston wrote a book on it. Yet I'm sitting here being told I'm crazy.
We'll see who laughs in the end. It just means you're so far ahead of them. Even if they watch your shows, it's going to take them a long time to. It's one of those learning things. You're not going to read about it and accept it overnight. It's like, hell, how long have you been doing it? It just keeps circling back to the same place. It's the same players, the same place, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger.
I've been working on this for 7 years so far, and it started with the chess motif. The chess motif gives you Wolfram von Echtenbach. Wolfram von Echtenbach will then point to you to Parzival. Parzival will then teach you of Legitanus and the Emerald Tablet symbology with the Grail and the Fisher King. I mean, there's just, there's so much. There's so much. I don't even think I'd be able to explain it fully on how I've been able to collect and associate all these patterns over the years, because back then I was looking for warm water salt and a fun little treasure hunt. I didn't even know about like societies and the cult of the relics or the cult of the saints versus the allegorical siege. I didn't know any of that shit. I literally learned all of this through trial and error, learning. I found Roger Sherman Loomis. He's the one that documented Fenn's treasure chest. The chest itself is a puzzle piece because that was specifically created to lead you to exactly this. That's why everyone's like, oh, Candy works for them or she's part of it. Like, no, I'm not. I'm just a researcher that said, hey, Fenn said not to worry about the chest. I'm going to fucking do nothing but worry about the chest.
Secret knowledge. That's what this is all about. Secret knowledge.
This is just fucking tripping me out right now. Like right here, it's saying, the Fisher did mountain ride into interior of Yucatan and inspection tour about a month, right? But then he goes to talk to Illyria. In the evenings when we had settled the affairs of Yucatan, we made excursions to Illyria or the interior of Turkey. He was familiar with the little towns in these countries, as with those in Mexico. His knowledge of persons and places derived from actual observation was most extensive. In short, his whole life had been a chapter of incidents and adventures. And these were not yet ended. He had a new field open to him in Yucatan. We parted from him in Merida, and the next that we heard of him was of his being in a situation quite as strange as any he had ever been in before. Yet, concludes Stevens, there was nothing reckless, restless, or unsettled about him. He was perfectly fixed and methodical in all of his notions and modes of action. In Wall Street, he would be considered a staid, regular, quiet, middle-aged man, and he was systematic enough in his habits to be head director of the Bank of England. We wonder what romantic situation the solid man was soon to be discovered in, but we never find out just what Stevens was hinting at. Possibly there was no mystery, and to Stevens, the situation seemed mysterious because he himself lacked information. All he will tell us in April 1842, he and Catherwood, now accompanied by Dr. Cabot, the botanist, surgeon, and ornithologist, after making amazing discoveries and undergoing tremendous labors by land and sea, again ran across the trail of George Fisher, this time in connection with the deserted pirate isle of Cozumel. Okay, found Cozumel. Okay. The casual reader gets the impression that George Fisher was himself established upon the island, but actually he was not, nor does Stephen assert that he was or had been. Stevens and his party had ridden over the stony earth from Valladolid up to the part of Yalahau on the northern coast, there to embark in a dubious canoa with an equally dubious native crew for Cozumel. They suspected the island to be rich in ruins never noted since the early Spanish explorations. They had heard of a certain Don Vicente Albino, who had had a ranch or cotton plantation there and who had been murdered by mutinous workers. But soon Don Vicente himself came sailing into the port of Yalaho. He had received merely a machete wound upon him and the arm. He was glad to give them information about Cozumel. At dinner, they plied him with questions, and it may very likely have been he who gave them the news that George Fisher had become the purchaser of 6 leagues there and caused a survey to be made, with crosses set up along some 18 miles to the inner shore. Or it may have been the master of their canoa who told them of George Fisher. It is these crosses that give us a possible clue, one perhaps missed by Stevens' informants. They and Stevens may have been wrong about Fisher's making a purchase. It would indeed be mysterious if he had. Why should he? How could he get the money? What became of the investment? What in the fuck? Aren't those coordinates the same area from Cozumel to Quintana Roo?
Right?
That's exact area of Cozumel to Quintana Roo. That it belongs to 18 miles of the inner shore. That's the exact area where they claim Skippy died.
How long have you had this book?
Last year I got it. I was just online looking for anything I could find more on George Fisher. And then I saw this book, got it for $7, read like 2 pages, gave up on it, was like, I don't know. And then kept going down more rabbit holes. And I'm just now getting in this book.
Because it wasn't giving you a land destination. That's probably why you gave up, right?
It wasn't necessarily that. It was just everyone kept calling me crazy and I couldn't stop looking into the Broiler Codex. And the Broiler Codex was found in this exact area. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? I'm starting to get sus of my own self right now, Street. I'm not kidding. Am I a sleeper agent? You know how like they talk about people who are sleeper agents and they don't even know they are until they've been activated or something? I swear. Like, what the fuck?
The Manchurian candidate.
Yeah. Okay, so, but that he caused the survey to be made is probable enough. In the preceding year, young Commodore Edwin W. Moore, placed in command of the Texas Navy by President Lamar, had made a survey of the coast of Texas. His chart was later published by the British Admiralty. Why not a similar survey of certain parts of the coast of Yucatan? After Fisher returned from his inspection of the interior, he would have been available to superintend such a survey along the coast of Cozumel, located at the mouth of the Gulf of Mexico. Ships could land only around the small bay of San Miguel, long a pirate's harbor, and apparently of some strategic importance in naval warfare. That Fisher did go to Cozumel is shown by his letter of April 25th, 1842. Okay, so what's interesting too is when I was reading back up on Fenn's ancestor, the pirate, they literally talk about at one point they were in Honduras. Do you remember that Preston found the lost city of the monkey god or the white city in Honduras?
Yep.
Like, what is going on? They're like all over the place.
Central America. That's all Central America. Yep.
I'm shit at geography.
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
Know.
Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, Mexico is all the Central America.
This is so fascinating. So that Fisher did go to Cozumel is shown by his letter of April 25th, 1842, written from Commodore Moore's flagship, the Austin, off Campeche to the newly appointed Secretary of State, Anson Jones. Fisher reports that Lizardi and Co. of London had claimed damages from the government of Texas for spoliations committed by 2 armed vessels of Texas upon the cargo of a British ship wrecked near the coast of the Yucatan in 1837. Fisher finds that spoliations were committed not by the Texan Brutus and Invincible, but by Mexican traders, fishermen, and pirates. He recommends that further investigation be made through the custom houses of Sisal and Campeche, but that the Republic of Texas refused to pay the several $1,000s demanded. Since President Sam Houston, upon entering his second term of the proceeding, December 13th, had found that President Lamar had left an empty treasury, the suggestion was probably welcome. Fisher expresses it thus: since I am in this country, I have made a voyage to the island of Cozumel, for which purpose I had occasion to charter a bungo, and in course of conversation on our voyage, the captain owner of the bungo remarked that he with other bungos went from Sisal to the Alcranes after the wreck of the British schooner and have taken away sundry goods belonging to her cargo, and after entering them at Sisal Custom House, they were sold and the proceeds distributed. But then it says Fisher does not reveal to Anson Jones or to us why he went to Cozumel. And if Stevens was right in saying that Fisher was planning something that would make Cozumel known to the commercial world, the mystery still remains. What? Did you get that last sentence straight?
The mystery still remains.
No. It says, but Fisher does not reveal to Anson Jones or to us why he went to Cozumel. And if Stevens was right in saying that Fisher was planning something that would make Cozumel known to the commercial world, the mystery still remains. Cozumel to be known to the commercial world.
It sounds like, and during that time frame, I don't think they really had the technology to dive that deep, did they?
No. They had unfortunately they made slaves do it and stuff. That's how they were trying to recover the lost treasure from the Spaniards and everything. From the sinking of the Spanish ships.
Free diving without air.
Yeah, they would literally make the slaves go as deep as they could to the point they were dying. And I believe if I read they could like recover some of the treasure or something, they would like be able to go home or something. Like it was fucked up.
Yeah, I know that like the Orients had air breathing machines where they could cross rivers and stuff and breathe, but I don't think they had those like weird diving space suits in the mid 1800s. I don't think they came around till later, late
Yeah.
1800s.
Well, so okay, check this out. So they're saying George Fisher is being like super sketch, right? And won't tell the people why. Oh God. The won't tell the people or him what he was up to, except that he was going to make Cozumel known to the commercial world. That sounds like the city's of gold to me. How about you?
Yeah, commercial world. That's money. Commercial, right? Money.
Yeah. And right in the beginning of the book, it talks about how he was obsessed with the cities of gold in the Maya. And now I'm sitting here telling you the Broiler Codex is what was used to completely explain and find all these secret chambers and things that we never would have found.
Yep.
Like, what? So now it's saying Stevens, greatly interested and somewhat amused, tells us of Cozumel as the former hiding place of the pirate Molas, and then at the site of the plantation of Don Vicente, who has just had to abandon it. He adds, after him came a stranger occupant than either, being no other than our old friend Mr. George Fisher, that citizen of the world introduced to the reader in the early part of these pages, who since our separation in Merida had consummated the history of his wandering life by becoming the purchaser of 6 leagues or 18 miles of the island, had visited it himself with surveyors, set up his crosses along the shore, and was about undertaking a grand enterprise that was to make the lonely island of Cozumel known to the commercial world. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I've been driving myself absolutely mad talking about all the historical evidence I've been finding and everything like that. And I've been sitting here with a book that actually confirms it.
It's the same book you held earlier, but under a different search. Now that you're on the right search, it's starting to make sense, huh?
Well, I finally opened the book. That's the point. I didn't really open the book. And it's like, without Douglas Preston's The Codex, it wouldn't be making sense. Because without the Codex, I wouldn't have been able to figure out that the Codex in question was the Broiler Codex.
Well, it's the same story we hear about how he met Dow. Oh, didn't know. Well, he said, if I remember right, Preston said something about, all of a sudden he held court, Forrest held court at the Pink Adobe, and he waved over, and I don't know why, me, lonely old me, I'm a nobody. Why would he want to talk to me? They already knew each other, man. They've met family.
Well, check this out. Right below it says, he gives us no further explanation. Instead, he goes on to tell how much he and Catherwood and Dr. Cabot enjoyed taking possession as they escaped from the cramped and overloaded canoa. We are left to consider the discrepancies or to ponder the rather improbable possibilities. Didn't Forrest fucking quote once improbable possibilities?
Yeah.
What? What the? Okay, so we do have a few facts. On May 3rd, 1842, Fisher writes once more to Secretary Jones. The Texas Navy sailed on April 28th for Galveston. Fisher will start next day from Campeche toward Merida. We know he arrived there on May 16th. We know, too, that on January 10th, 1843, the City Council of Houston elected him city recorder, allowing him $1 per month for stationery. City recorder, wait, is that for map making or just for recording news and stuff?
City recorder, I would say newspaper.
Interesting. But between those two dates are more than 7 lost months. Well, could we have been on Cozumel? What was the undertaking? If the lost half year had been in 1843 instead of 1842, conjecture at least would be easy. By May of 1843, President Sam Houston has suspended Commodore Moore for piracy. I told you, Forrest fucking relative, the pirate, was literally commandeered and he was killed for this. For fucking Commodore Moore. And then the other person I said that I was like, holy shit, this is what I just read about. All three of them were saying that they were being forced into piracy. And they reached out to Sam Houston to be able to get what you call it? What's
Clemency.
that? Yeah, clemency. And then they didn't get it. And so they ended up dying. But this book's talking about it right here. Holy shit. Okay, so by June, Moore had control of the Gulf of Mexico, and in July, when the fleet finally came into Galveston, the citizens, indignant that Houston was putting it up to be sold at auction, saved the Navy for Texas by forcible treatment of would-be bidders. But the career of Commodore Moore is another story. George Fisher was with him on the Austin in 1842. They were fellow Masons, told you, and apparently friends. But it's hard to see how Moore would have had any special interest in Cozumel in 1842. All of these characters that keep popping up in my research are all obsessed with finding the motherfucking cities of gold.
Yep.
I can't even, I know for a fact this is about the 7 cities of gold. I know for a fact. Like, if the rest of the community want to say I'm crazy, go for it. I'm telling you right now, it's all about the 7 cities of gold.
I agree.
What in the, okay, it's getting even better now. So now it's talking about, of course, if this had been 1837, when Fisher and Connell Seguin were outlining for General Mexia the naval conquest of Mexico for both Yucatan and Lower California, or if it had been 10 years later, we would guess at a filibustering expedition to be based on Cozumel. By the 1850s, there grew up the vague idea of a great Southern Republic to be founded from the slave states. That's the cover. Okay, I read about this. They were talking about how the reason why George Fisher wanted to purchase the land in Cozumel was because he was going to try and make it a slave state. Remember with Lincoln, I believe it was. Didn't I tell you? It went back to like Lincoln or something.
Right. Yep.
So that was the cover. But then check this out. It gets over to, let's see. Oh no. Okay. In the summer of autumn. Oh, hold on. Let me plug my phone in real fast. Oh, shit. Aha. Well, let me check on chat real fast to see if I lost people. No, still intrigued. You already chose to follow men. Why not? What? Okay. Whatever chat's up to, I'm just gonna ignore it because I'm gonna go back to this rabbit hole because holy shit. This is the coolest thing ever. Okay, so it talks about in the summer of autumn of 1842, however, 2 odd things did take place. Fisher's friend Seguin, who had reassigned as mayor of San Antonio, went to Mexico, joined General Adrian Wool, and in September helped him lead 1,000 men to take the town in his infamous raid. Early in 1844, Fisher was publishing articles urging that Texas be annexed by the United States. His arguments being based on circumstantial charges that Great Britain was becoming established in the whole valley of the Rio Grande. What?
Great Britain?
Yeah.
I don't ever remember hearing about Great Britain being in that area of America.
Well, they're saying that the whole reason all this went down was because they're trying to stop it.
I knew they were in Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida.
Yeah, they were trying to take over the Rio Grande.
Wow.
Texas be annexed by the United States. His arguments being based on circumstantial changes or charges that Great Britain was becoming established. So they had not yet become established, but they were becoming established in the whole valley of the Rio Grande. Did he spend his lost months making observations in that region? As for the second odd occurrence during that 1842 period, it was in that September that the war schooner San Antonio disappeared. A mutiny had been planned on board of the eastern coast of Yucatan back in January of 1842. The crews of both that ship and the San Bernard would seize and sell the San Antonio. Instead, the mutiny took place a little later in New Orleans, where the San Antonio was sent for a refitting and was put down. Then the ship sailed in September 1842 from New Orleans for Yucatan and never arrived anywhere, but we do not suppose George Fisher was awaiting it at Cozumel. But then now it's getting better. It's getting to the Maya. Okay, so now it's saying yet there the island was and is just off Yucatan, not far from the western tip of Cuba. Together they form a gateway to the Gulf. Cozumel was difficult of access because of its steep shores and coral reefs and completely overgrown by thickets, which rendered invisible the ruins Stevens knew to be there. He and his party had a hard time finding the inlet or Don Vicente's ranch, and after 2 hours of pulling the bungo, they had to leap ashore. The situation commanded a view of the sea, and barely distinguishable in the distance was the coast of the Yucatan. On the bank were large forest trees and orange and coconut trees planted by Molas. The place had a sort of practical aspect. Now remember, Molas is the pirate. In the hut were doors and green blinds from the cabin of some unlucky vessel, and reeving blocks, tar buckets, halyards, drinking gourds, fragments of rope, fishing nets, and 2 old hatchets on the ground. Above all, there was a spring of pure and abundant water. The antique well was the work of the Mayan builders, dome-shaped like similar work of Uxmal. Sitting on a hatch, they ate turtle soup. Oh dear God, that's real. So fucked up. With our guns resting against the trees, long beards in the canoe costume, we were as practical seeming a trio as ever scuttled a ship. In the afternoon, we walked over the clearing, which was covered with a fine plantation of cotton, worth several $100s. With the pods open and blowing away, toward evening, we strolled for a great distance along the shore, picking up shells, and at night, we had a luxurious swing in our hammocks. No doubt they walked past George Fisher's crosses set up along the shore. We cannot imagine that Fisher contemplated raising cotton upon Cozumel. Stevens did see the citizen of the world once more in Merida, where both arrived on the same day, May 16th, 1842. Stevens' party had come in from the east by way of Izamal and the ruins of Ake, it's spelled A-K-E. Entering town in their tattered riding outfits at evening, they were greeted by old friends in full dress who gaily welcomed them to tea in Pan Francis and gave them all the bad news. The breakdown of the Yucatan's attempt to gain freedom, the forced acceptance of Santa Anna's ultimatum, the failure of Lamar's Santa Fe expedition, with the death and degradation of many Texans and Americans, the angry determination of Texas and the whole Mississippi Valley to carry the war into Mexico. Stevens felt that his adventures among lost cities were now ended, and he prepared to embark with his miscellaneous impedimenta for Cuba. Didn't they talk about Cuba after the Seven Cities of Gold? Wasn't Cuba one of the places they insinuated to go?
Fisher, the whole family, I think up until like the 70s, they were up and around Cuba.
Well, you know Fisher?
Yeah, didn't a lot of the ships back then, like pick up or drop off things in Cuba before they went to where, Spain, headed towards Spain?
It was Cuba, and then what was the other one? It's quoted at Tortuga.
Tortuga.
That one was definitely a port for pirates because that's where all the ports were for the cargo, and pirates stole cargo. So that's why Tortuga and Cuba were like some of the main spots. And then it talks
If
about
I'm
he
not
got
mistaken,
annexed.
they hung out in the Caribbean there and all the islands. They kind of like ran around that area, like, using it as cover and shit. And did
Yeah. And they
and
talked
the
about
weird
how
part, Spain, England, and France was hiring these pirates at one time to rob. England would hire a pirate to rob a French ship. French would hire a pirate to rob the Spanish.
that's just so fucking weird. Well, so now I gotta find the Panama Passage. What the fuck is this? So he has a son. George Fisher has a son named Hiram. So this is 1849 to 851. That George Fisher and his son Hiram went together to California in 1849 is known to us through statements made by Lewis Clark Fisher, son of George W. Fisher. What?
Down.
The family named their kid Lewis Clark Fisher,
Yep.
who recalled clearly what he had heard from his father and his uncle Hiram. Hiram went by boat from New Orleans to Galveston and was there met by his father. Together they sailed to the Isthmus of Panama, crossed to the Pacific side. The railroad was not yet built, and at the city of Panama, took ship for the Sacramento area. So far as we can see, the father did little gold mining. By the late spring of 1850, he was back in the city of Panama to remain there for a year and a half. When Hiram got back to Mississippi with the 4 bags of California gold money in 1851, he had been away for almost 2 years. They're all over there fucking looking for gold nonstop. Okay, so here's the Masonic Lodge. During his sojourn in Panama, George Fisher made friends, helped to organize the Masonic Lodge, and set up the firm of Fisher and Garrison. Probably commissioned merchants. The crowds of Americans stranded there, waiting passage to the gold fields of California, or returning from them with or without gold, would buy almost any merchandise offered for sale. But merchants could not get goods to sell or could not afford the exorbitant freight charges. What in the flying fuck is this family up to?
It's starting to appear that all of them, all the players, it's what, 1840s, even before 1840s, they were already conspiring to look for 7 cities of gold, Cozumel.
Yeah.
That's where they centered on.
But it's not just the Fisher family, it's also the bloodline for Preston.
Right, yeah.
And what's fascinating is Preston found the White City. That's the thing, or at least part of the White City. The trick is that they moved everything again. They always move something when the Spaniards got too close. They always moved it, and that's why the story or the mythology behind Quetzalcoatl, it starts where they start. I believe where it starts is actually Jerusalem at the Sea of Galilee, and they continuously keep migrating. The story says they migrate until they see Quetzalcoatl. That's when it's their symbol or sign to stop, and it keeps moving over and over and over again. And with Honduras, I'm trying to think, was it was Honduras the last place that they moved, or was it another place? Because we still have what was that place called where the bracelet was discovered again?
Mesa Verde.
Yeah, Mesa Verde. I can't tell if it was Mesa Verde and then they went to Honduras, or
Well, the interesting part, Honduras is south of Yucatan Peninsula in Cozumel. It's south.
huh. Well then, okay, so like this is the thing. If San Lazaro, again, I gotta look at the timeline too, because I'm terrible with time. But we have San Lazaro, and San Lazaro is written about and spoken in the Temple of Palenque, right? And Palenque is like way back then with the Maya. So did they go from the Palace of Palenque and then switch it over to Mesa Verde? Or like, because there's a huge mystery surrounding Mesa Verde for sure. But then Preston found the White City in Honduras, but we're still forgetting about Palace of Palenque and how it sent you to San Lazaro. So does it end with San Lazaro?
Or at this junction, it might lead even farther. It seems like it's heading north.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it keeps going. I think it continuously keeps moving, just like how the stories or the legends talk about it. And the research I was reading about the Mincingers and the Troubadours, all of this continuously gets moved. Every time someone finds something or gets close to it, it moves. It just is constantly moving. That's the point.
Well,
So
even if academics, archaeologists, and the government, if they did find something north or farther than San Lazaro, we're not going to find out about it.
I think we would if we know how to play the game properly.
No, I mean, as far as they're not going to release it to the public.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Not at all. But I mean, there's a difference. So there's a way to release something to the public and not make it known. So for instance, the Broiler Codex, that was released to the public, right? And for the longest time, they're trying to say, oh, that's not even real. That's like a fake. And everyone looks at it like, oh, that's just a codex. It's old, cool, whatever. But if it were to be released to the public as the Broiler Codex was a key and a map to finding the 7 cities of gold of the ancient Maya, because the moon goddess is literally the guardian of the 7 cities of gold, then that would be huge breaking news. And then it would get covered up and moved again. See what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's fascinating because the moment Mexico found out that that buyer had possession of the Broiler Codex and had it on display in the Broiler Club, they took possession of it. But before they could do that, there are 10 pages missing from that Broiler Codex. And I'm going to sit here and go out on a hunch and say those 10 pages are the exact map you need and what was used by Michael Coe to discover the lost city, the Temple of the Moon Goddess.
Well, here's another observation. Wouldn't they make a copy of it? I'm sure someone made a copy of it before Mexico got it back.
I don't even think it's, well, maybe, but see the book that Preston wrote called the Codex. In the end of it, it says that the missing pages are safely hidden away in the chest with the dad. That's supposed to be the Forrest character.
Right. Well, even the 10 missing one is definitely the crucial ones, but all the rest of the pages, I would venture to say there's copies of it. The other minus the 10, there's copies of it. Someone made copies. It was in what club? In like New
Broiler
York?
Club?
Yeah.
The Broiler Club in New York.
I think that's the first thing they do is copy it, take pictures of it, copy it.
And you know what's interesting too is like we know Eugene Thaw had a gallery off of Madison Street in New York, right? Wait, was it Eric Sloan or was it was Eric Sloan who had the gallery? Never mind. It was Eric Sloan, right?
I'm not sure.
Fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Eric Sloan. No, it was Eugene Thaw. Because Eugene Thaw was the person who Fenn got the chest from to begin with. And he had the ties to Germany. And again, German, it keeps going back to German. But
Yeah, I thought Sloan only dealt with Forrest for selling his. Didn't he just go through Forrest?
yeah, but I also believe Sloan had connections to some of the stuff too. I can't remember what I found, but I know Michael Krumner and Douglas Preston and Forrest. Forrest and Preston met because of Michael. And he was the one funding the excavation and discovery for the 7 Cities of Gold.
Well, like you alluded to several times, people think you're crazy, but I think you're on the right path, man. It leads
Well, I
back
still
to
think Kremner was the one who's the secret buyer of the Gorilla Codex. Because did you see the person who purchased the Gorilla Codex from the Gravediggers? He had property in Santa Fe, New Mexico, a specific pueblo, and he was a collector of all things Mayan. Like all the Maya stuff, he had all the collections of, and he was considered a doctor too, or like yeah, I think that said a doctor.
yeah.
So yeah. So it's just so many pieces. I would rather just figure out one more to solve at this point.
Well,
Look at this.
the people that call your research crazy are the ones that was only looking for that bronze chest full of gold. That's the
Yeah,
majority
but
of the ones.
what we should have been doing the entire time is not even giving a fuck about a box of gold in the Rockies, but understanding the origin story of that chest itself, because that was the puzzle piece.
Think so.
That was the chase. I'm gonna sit here and say that was the chase. Well, look, now they're talking about Hidalgo. Isn't Hidalgo a story about gold too?
That doesn't sound familiar.
You never watched it? Viggo Mortensen, you know, the guy who played he played Strider.
The horse race movie, Hidalgo?
Yeah, it wasn't a horse race movie. It was a story about Guadalupe Hidalgo.
Hell, I thought it was like a horse race across the Arabian desert, man.
Oh yeah, no, that one was. But it was also about gold, remember?
I don't remember. I just remember this epic horse race, and he's got this old nag, man, and they whip their ass. And he's from Texas. That's all I remember.
I swear I remember some gold story in that, like, what is it? Because this one's saying, by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, it defeated Mexico, it had ceded California, and it goes to say, in some ways, the pattern of events repeated that for Texas, run off even more rapidly, and again, George Fisher played a part. George Fisher is always in the center of fucking everything when it comes to what's the right word for it?
Gold?
not just gold, but like the Congress. He's manipulating the Congress. He's stopping the fucking what you call it? The British were supposed to own the Rio Grande. Like, what in the fuck? The reason they never got to actually own the Rio Grande is because George Fisher wrote a letter annexing shit. Like, what? That's kind of crazy. And then it's talking about, what else is there? Technically, and
the Fishers are a generational wealth accumulated. It looks like the story is each one of them added on to the wealth, man, instead of just sitting back getting fat and lazy on it.
Yeah. Oh,
The
here's
son
one.
entered in. Yeah.
Well, it talks about, though we do not know as a fact that George Fisher was sent to Washington in 1853 on business for the Land Commission, this in itself quite probable, and the presence of Fisher in Washington Didn't someone once say they found ties with Fenn in Washington before? I
Oh
remember.
shit, he's got all kinds of ties. Rumsfeld and who else? Al Sharpton or whatever, the senator. He's got what's his name from Nixon's staff? Alderman.
Yeah.
Halderman.
What the? And then like this dude isn't he's not only is he a Freemason, he creates a Masonic lodge, and then he goes on and he just fucks with a whole bunch of like Congress plans and everything like that. Then he goes over to Cozumel, purchases 18 miles of property, and goes missing for 7 months unaccounted for. And he's out there obsessed with the 7 cities of gold. And then he's like, oh, I did something that'll put Cozumel on the map commercially. But then you never figure out what it is. What the fuck?
Well, maybe we're about due to find out what that was all about.
Well, now it's talking about Lubbock, Texas. So George Fisher had simply left Texas, the bright land where he had once planned to remain during life, even at the cost of divorcing his first wife. His large collection of books and manuscripts he gave to the state of Texas, to the Houston Lyceum, and to the Masonic Library of the Grand Lodge of Texas. A letter of thanks for the magnificent present is dated September 5th and signed by W.G. Painter, Secretary of the Houston Lyceum. A note in the memorials mentions over 100 volumes in manuscripts in several languages. Another letter signed by Edward Clark, Secretary of State, and dated September 16th, 1856, thanks Mr. Fisher for his kind offer of 3 volumes of Diario del Gobierno de la República Mexicana of the period of the Texan Revolutionary War. He asks Fisher to give them to E.A. Palmer or to F.R. Lubbock for delivery to the governor. The Fisher papers, made up of some of these items, are deposited in the Texas State Library, while other Fisher items are in the University of Texas Library and in the Houston Public Library. Although he was prepared to return to San Francisco, which in spite of continued travels was to be his home for the rest of his life, it could not have been easy for George Fisher to close his Texas chapter. They had been long and complex, and it held his past hopes. In pattern, oversimplified and foreshortened, perhaps distorted, emerges in John Livingston's portrait, to which we now return all comment. Livingston had presented Fisher primarily as an all-Texan patriot, still seeking to defend his record. He had been one who, though through the doubtful struggle, never faltered, and so on until he beheld the lone star, mingling its beams in the constellation that is, until Texas was annexed by the United States. Of the young George Fisher's first years in America, we read only that after overcoming with iron will and sturdy courage the harassing trials which only the stranger knows, George Fisher went to live in Mississippi and there became an American citizen. In 1825, impelled by love of adventure, he went to the city of Mexico, helped to found lodges of York Rite Masons, was naturalized, returned to New Orleans in 1830 with the Hon. I think that means Honorable J.R. Poinsett. All this we know, but we would scarcely have known it except for John Livingston. There is no mention of any marriage in either Mississippi or Texas, no mention of Fisher's desire to colonize in Texas, nothing of his quarrel with Stephen F. Austin for his troubles at San Felipe or Galveston, no intimation of any failure or frustration. Most surprising is Livingston's interpretation, which in the interview must have been Fisher's, of the 2 stormy years as collector of customs in the Texas of Impressior Austin and of Commandant General Turan. Now the writers of the history of Texas do assert that the germ of the revolution was planted in the disturbances at Anahuac and at Galveston, but they see the doughty collector of the Mexican revenue more as villain than as hero in the act of the drama. Interesting. I kind of only care about the Cozumel part, though.
Yeah.
I'm like, what in the? I gotta look up all these names now. There's all these weird things. San Francisco end of May journey. I wonder how he died. And who the hell is this dude? He's like writing all these things, and I've seen his name like multiple times. Livingston. And then talks about the Masons and stuff. Oh, here's the Yucatan. After
It's not
discussing,
are you talking about Dr. Livingston? The story like the guy in Africa?
I don't fucking know.
Remember
John
that famous
Livingston.
quote, Dr. Livingston, I presume?
Sounds familiar, but the name's John Livingston. Is that the same person?
I don't remember. I just remember it was an epic adventure about the same time frame, I think, 1800s. Two explorers. Livingston went out looking for some city in Africa, disappeared, and Stanley and Livingston. Stanley was sent to find him. He finally found him, and I think he was sick with like malaria or something. Said, "No, man, I'm good." And like died soon after or something.
Huh. That's crazy. That's actually really depressing.
Well, it'd be curious if this is like him before he ended his demise in Africa, being an adventurer. Dr. Livingston's, that's all I remember. I have to Google that.
I'm gonna look at that up too because like this is weird.
It might be Dr. John Livingston.
Yeah, this is who wrote the biography and stuff on Fisher.
Wow.
It's called The Life of George Fisher, I think it's called. Wait, is that the one I have right now? No, this one's the Fisher family. Yeah, I guess if I want to know more about George Fisher, I need to get John Livingston. Let's see.
He was a hell of an explorer, man. I know that.
Yeah, this like George Fisher is associated with all these famous explorers. And then Fenn's blood relative for the piracy, and then the asshole who tricked him into piracy. Like he's associated with all these people.
Well, next time you hear an older person say, Dr. Livingston, I presume, you know what it's talking about.
That's true. That is very
Yeah.
true. Wait, Alba. Hold on. Doesn't Alba mean white?
Alba?
Yeah, Alba, ALBA. I'm pretty sure it means white or pale.
It's pretty close to albino, isn't it?
Sorta. Fuck, I know Alba. Alba means pale or white because I remember when I was translating with Jerusalem, I found that stuff. It just said that the grandson of George Fisher, Alba Royal, long remembered the journey down the river and the meeting in the great and busy city with his grandfather from California. Huh. Oh, they're talking about Greeley too. You know Greeley, like the one from Greeley, Colorado, that has the quote from Fenn's dad's church school, the one room schoolhouse.
Right.
He has association with like Greeley, apparently. The grandson does. What the fuck? This family is like connected to so many things. What the hell? Talking about the golden era? Oh, now they're talking about, okay. Let's see what this is. So to it in 1850 had come young Heinrich Schillmann, once the poor grocer apprentice from the German village. He had taught himself 18 languages and now engaged in the international indigo trade. He was making his first $1 million. He stayed in San Francisco long enough to go into the banking business for the miners with their nuggets, and upon the admission of California to the Union, he became an American citizen. He was to go on to the Ottoman Empire and there attain his childhood ambition, to locate Homer's city of Troy and Iliad in hand, to excavate it. And from San Francisco in 1853, William Walker had sailed with his filibustering force to conquer Lower California. After a period of work upon the Golden Era, Walker had set forth again, this time to make himself master of Nicaragua, seizing Cornelius Vanderbilt's freight line across the isthmus and getting his government formally recognized by President Pierce in 1856. Secretary George Fisher probably encountered neither of these adventures. Still, their worlds impinged. So someone's like, yo, I'm going to go out and just like figure out where Troy from the Iliad's at. This family is insane.
I don't think, I think Troy wasn't discovered till here recently, within the last like 20, 30 years. I don't think that guy discovered it, if I remember right.
I think he got close to it though, didn't he? Because that's how it was discovered recently, because they used the research of this person.
Okay, well, I just know I remember hearing, I'd say like 10 years, 15, 20 at the most. They think for sure they found the city of Troy going against, they were looking at, I can't remember whose research, probably this guy, and some old book written. Like Plato or something, Socrates, one of them wrote a book about Troy.
Wait a minute, look at this shit. In the National Archives in Washington are two impressive documents written in Greek and signed and sealed by the King of Greece. And then by S. Valatori, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and dated January 31st, that February 12th are style, 1870. The appointment signed by President U.S. Grant and by Secretary of State Hamilton Fish is dated April 9th, 1870. It was made in response to a request dated April 8th from Charles R. Rangel, the Greek consul in Washington. The papers seem to have reached Judge Fisher in May. Immediately, his thoughts turned to Texas. The fuck? There's a king in Greece? Just like, yeah, I'll pen pal with you. The fuck? This family is tripping me the fuck out right now. This entire family, the whole bloodline, just does all this crazy shit.
Well, if he's speaking about these connections, think of the side connections that he's not talking about, because that's not their only connection, is what he's talking about.
Yeah. Oh, wow. George Fisher died on June 11th. He was 78. His funeral took place on the following day from his house at 439 Mina Street, and he was buried in Laurel Hill Cemetery in Texas. The Dallas Herald printed this notice. George Fisher, Greek consul at San Francisco, is dead. The above telegram has gone the rounds to the Texas press in the last 2 weeks without a word of comment. This time was, in days long past, that the death of George Fisher in Texas would have been considered a public loss. George Fisher was a Greek who angelicized his name after leaving his native country. He came to Texas as an interior to our cause. His name runs through the records of the struggles of 1835 through 36. He was honorably identified with very important events and rendered valuable service. Yeah, because he fucking found the 7 cities of gold. Or at least was looking. The San Francisco Bulletin printed an obituary whose very length indicated George Fisher's local importance. Through the biographical account, largely a reprint of Livingston's, gives us few new facts. The old adventurer's odyssey was in the past, and its Californian epilogue, a quiet one. The writer's comments reflect the genuine respect in which he was held. The late George Fisher, who for some years before his death held the honorable position of Greek consul at this port, and whose death has been announced in the papers of the state, was a gentleman of sterling worth and unimpeached integrity, one whose life was so singular and interesting in its character and variety as to invest it with the elements of a romance. The greater portion of his years had been attended with so many personal perils that the manner of his death, which was peaceful, attended by the care of an affectionate wife and loving friends, and at the advanced age of 78 years, seems to those who are familiar with his history almost miraculous. Dude, this whole family. And now they have some poem too. Hold, please. Throughout his whole career, he lived a pure, temperate, blameless life, but if they had seemed completely inappropriate, the writer would have selected some quotation from Shakespeare, other than the line spoken by the sturdy and courageous old Adam of As You Like It. This is like exactly what Fenn does in TTOTC. Just saying. What in the hellfire?
Maybe that's what the hairs represented. It's in his DNA, man.
Yeah, probably. Like, what in the hellfire?
Now
all
they're
of
all
his
in the
DNA to
Bible.
find this secret knowledge, and instead of keeping it secret, I think he wants to blurt it out to the world.
I do too. And he did it with the chest motif. Wait, George Fisher's youth, the religious. Oh, now they got connections with religion. Oh no. Ottoman overlords? Okay, this family is insane. Now they have Ottoman overlords in the bloodline.
Ottoman, that's Iran, Iraq, over in that area, right? Ottoman,
Yeah. Like Russia and stuff. Austria,
Persia.
Russia. Later, Siberian archbishops were sometimes patriarch leaders, but a word I cannot say, apparently had little sympathy with the efforts of Kara George, Black George, Petrovich. Wait, isn't Petrovich? Why does the name Petrovich sound so familiar? I don't know what I've heard that from, but it sounds familiar. To free Belgrade from the Ottoman overlords and none with his runaway ward. Though the defense of Belgrade in 1813 was a failure, the Karageorge Petrovich fled to Austria and then to Russia. Serbian efforts continued. By 1817, Serbia gained limited autonomy of sovereignty of the Sultan. Now they're fucking with the Sultan. But by the time, as we know, George Fisher, Alba Royale, had opened a tavern in a tailor shop in Port Gibson, Mississippi, and had added English to his repertory of languages. Are you gonna go hide a fucking Sultan at this point, sir? Like, what's going on? They should make this into a fucking drama. Like, what is this? Like a soap opera. Oh, now we're in Philadelphia. We got talks about Philadelphia up in here. Under the surname, he had been registered as a student and candidate of the Orthodox priesthood at Karlowitz. We do not yet know. We await the eagerness, the information which Mr. Vlaho S. Vlahovic has been seeking. During the 2 years of wandering through the Illyrian provinces along the Adriatic, he was George, or possibly Georgie. Livingston says the disbanding of the Sclavonian Legion left the young adventurer alone, his sword his only support, his courage his sole capital. Like, what is he doing? Let us remember that all of this was in the years of 1813 through 15, toward the end of the Napoleonic Wars. At Amsterdam, George embarked on the Dutch ship for Philadelphia. Apparently, he was still merely George. Livingston then speaks of him as a redemptionist, a person liable to be sold for his passage money. But under what circumstances he entered or was forced into this arrangement is not told. This dude just continuously does so much shit. What? He's not real. He's like, what? This is so weird. So then why, when he met John Lloyd Stevens in the Yucatan in 1841, to George Fisher in conversation on his citizenships in many republics, display Mexican credentials showing him to be a native of Belgrade? Huh. There's just so much to this dude. I can't. What you doing there, sir? I'm only through half of the book, by the way.
It didn't look that big. 2.5, 300 pages max.
Yeah, I think so. But this is like really talking about his name origin and stuff like that, and like where rebar for Fisher. Like, I'm gonna look up John Lloyd Stevens because that's like a major connection with him. Huh. He just basically tells the Ottoman Empire to go fuck off, comes to fucking Mississippi, and is just like, I'm gonna be over here now. And then, by the way, I'm gonna go MIA missing for 7 months while trying to annex Texas to save y'all from the fucking wrath of the UK taking over the Rio Grande and shit. But let me go buy 18 miles of an island and let me just do my weird archaeological treasure hunting discoveries, and then I'll fix you. I will save you from annexation. Like, what the fuck? I can't. What is this? Oh, yes, certainly, yes, that meant Fisher and had been Fisher's former name. Where German has spoken, it would be almost the same word, Fisher, as Fisher. Fisher may now have laughed and loud, yes, that would be the case in Germany or in Austria.
Fuck, dude. This is crazy. And it talks about the Santa Ana again. And they got the footnotes.
A lot of Texas connections in those readings too.
Yeah, because it was always Texas was always partnered up with Mexico, specifically Cozumel. That's why he was able to purchase 18 miles of Cozumel, because there was like the Lone Star thing. There was a partnership between Texas and Cozumel.
Where was Marvin born at? Marvin Sr. Where was he born at?
Lubbock, I think.
Was it Texas?
Yeah. And then did you know, so you know how Forrest says he never found out his dad's real father?
I've heard you talk about that. That's the first I've ever heard about it.
Yeah, no, he mentioned a few times that like he never knew his grandparents or his dad on his father's side, because his dad's real mom was Ivor Pearl Davis, right? But then the father, he just disappeared, and then she ended up marrying Fenn or whatever. If I'm not mistaken, let me see. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Ivor Pearl Davis. Where was it? Okay, Ivor Pearl Davis. Yeah, Ivor Pearl Davis Lofton. So she ended up marrying Lofton, right? And the only thing they had was Fenn. That was like the only thing he had, but he never knew like who his father actually was. See, Philip F. Davis goes back to, he was the father of Ivor Pearl Davis. And then Annie Elizabeth Harris Hauser was the mother. And then the spouse was Jesse Lewis Lofton, but he wasn't the father of Marvin Fenn. He was the stepfather.
Okay.
So if you go back, it's like, where does Fenn come from? I remember I did like a lot of research, and I found out he actually was like around Marvin the entire time he grew up. I found him, and he ended up going and dying in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Wow.
So let's see. It's gonna take me a while to find this shit again. So it says that she married William Forrest Fenn, but that's not accurate at all. It was fuck. Do I still have it? I think I sent it to Fenn. I remember I think I did that. Ivor Pearl Davis. And then let's see. Let's go on the mom's side real fast. Philip Fix Davis was the one in the war, I believe. Ugh, it's been so long since I looked into this, though. I don't know if I could do it right now. Philip Fix Davis. Let me try and look him up again. Philip Fix Davis. The Civil War. Here we go. He was a sergeant, private. So sergeant, private. Fuck, there's not anything really. I think my family has more stuff on the information than this. I loved looking into my family's background. It was so cool. I actually own property in the Kingdom of Fife. And I am technically royalty.
From Scotland?
Yeah. I have the paper, like the documents and the deeds and stuff. Because remember how Shakespeare wrote the story of oh my god, what's the play with the three witches?
With the seeing eye?
Yeah,
They're blind and they need an eye?
Macbeth. So turns out my ancestors were the inspiration for the story Macbeth that Shakespeare wrote.
Really?
Yeah. And you know the hero of the story Macbeth?
Nope.
Hold on. Let me bring it up. Macbeth hero. Because it went against the King of Scotland at the time. So the play by William Shakespeare, Macbeth, is a play about ambition. Macbeth is considered a tragedy, and Macbeth is the tragic hero, as he displays the tragic flaw that leads to his destruction. A tragic hero is someone of noble birth who displays some characteristics of good. So right here, I'm trying to remember the name of the king, though. The king's the important part. So for one, Macbeth was my ancestor. And then another interesting detail is that the three witches in Macbeth were also based off of our clan for Clan McPhee, because it translates to mean son of the dark fairy, or son of the son of the black prince, or son of the dark fairy. There's different translations, but I found the true real translation is son of the black prince. And that actually goes back to how I found out my ancestors go back to the queen that named Scotland, by the way.
Nice.
So Macbeth was my ancestor. The three witches were also inspired by our clan name. And what was her name? Skoda. I think it was Skoda. Skoda of Scotland, I believe, was my ultimate ancestor. And she had a pharaoh father. Let me see. That's where I believe Scott comes, like the Scots come from, because it's Skoda. Let me see. Skoda, Queen of Scotland. It's the coolest story ever. And when I found out that's my ancestor, I was like, holy shit. Skoda is the name of a woman who featured in the medieval foundation myth of Ireland and Scotland, and who, if she lived at all, lived sometime in the centuries around 1400 BC. She did live. She's real. Found the book on it. That's my ancestor. The wider picture in Scotland at the time set out in a historical timeline. So another really cool thing is Skoda went down like a freaking badass. So in medieval Irish and Scottish legend, Skoda, or Scotia, is the daughter of an Egyptian pharaoh and ancestor of the Gaels. She is said to be the origin of their Latin name Scoti. Scholars believe she could be a fictional character who was named after the Scoti rather than vice versa. Nope, she was real. Let's see. It shows that's where the stone of Scone comes from. Did you know that?
The stone of Scone?
Yeah, she brought it. So Baldred Bissett is credited with being the first to connect the stone of Scone with the Skoda Foundation legends in his 1301 work Processus, putting forward an argument that Scotland, not Ireland, was where the original Skoda homeland lay. Bissett wanted to legitimize a Scottish as opposed to English accession to the throne when Alexander III of Scotland died in 1286. At his coronation in 1249, Alexander himself heard his royal genealogy recited generations back to Skoda. Bissett attempted to legitimize a Scottish accession by highlighting Skoda's importance as the transporter of the stone of Scone from Egypt during the exodus of Moses. Okay, we're summoning Bill over here to Scotland. In 1296, the stone was captured by Edward I of England and taken to Westminster Abbey. In 1323, Robert the Bruce used Bissett's legend connecting Skoda to the stone in an attempt to return it to the Scone Abbey in Scotland. So this book I found, though, it was like super fucking old, and I was just trying to do a little bit more research to really find the proper translation of my clan name, because they say that Clan McPhee is the oldest Scottish clan to ever exist, and it goes back so far they don't even know the proper translation.
Wow, they have nothing to base their translation off?
Yeah, there's just like different mythological stories and different interpretations, or like Okamine, son of the dark fairy, all these different things. But I found the book that actually shows that the proper translation is son of the Black Prince. And the son of the Black Prince, it has all the names and stories. And it's actually one of the first stories pertaining to the Grail, by the way. It's super trippy. And it goes back to the I think it was 2 or 3 princes were actually, their grandmother was Skoda.
I remember that story of the I think it was Jason and the Argonauts, an old movie, like claymation. Those three witches that, and they saw with the one crystal ball eye. I always took that as like a metaphor. They needed all three of them to be able to open their third eye. They couldn't do it independently alone. They needed all three together, like working together with it, with like alchemy, black magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to know the other coolest part about Queen Skoda? Or I guess she'd be technically a princess first or whatever, but Skoda, her father was the pharaoh. Oh my god, how fuck it was like
Akhenaten.
Yes, that was her,
Wow.
and her mother was Queen Nefertiti.
Akhenaten was the one that I think, isn't he? He's the one that had his portrayal was dumpy. He kind of had feminine looks, and he changed it to one god religion. Isn't that
I think so.
Akhenaten?
I never really looked him up. I just remember when I found the book and it like proved that my bloodline does come from Skoda. This also proves that I come from the pharaoh and Nefertiti, which trips me the fuck out.
If I'm thinking the right one, that's King Tut's father, I think. Akhenaten.
Let me see. Hold on. So Akhenaten, also spelled Akhenaten, was an ancient Egyptian pharaoh reigning from 1353 to 1336 or 1351 to 1334 BC. The 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty. Before the 5th year of his reign, he was known as Imhotep the Fourth. What? Hold on. Meaning effective for the Aten. Wasn't the Aten pertaining to the Anunnaki?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Amun. I know what that is. Oh God, what did I find? As a pharaoh, Akhenaten is noted for abandoning Egypt's traditional polytheism and introducing Atonism or Atonism. Atonism. How do you say that?
Atheism.
Is that atheism? That is.
Is
Why does it not have an H?
ANTHEI something?
No, ATENISM.
ATEM. No, that's not atheism. No, it's
Okay.
one God. He did the one God thing.
Yeah, I know atheism. Why can't I say that word right now? Atheism. Fuck. I swear I'm smarter than I think. Okay. Let's see. The views of Egyptologists differ as to whether the religious policy was absolutely monotheistic or whether it was, I hate these words right now. I'm just gonna go through that. Let's see, new dynasty. Where the fuck? Family. Okay, here we go. The future Akhenaten was born Imhotep, a younger son of Pharaoh Imhotep III, and his principal wife, Tiye. It's Tiye. Akhenaten had an elder brother, Crown Prince Thutmose, who was recognized as Imhotep's third's heir. Akhenaten also had 4 or 5 sisters. These all are words I will never be able to say. Akhenaten was married to Nefertiti, his great royal wife. The exact timing of their marriage is unknown, but inscriptions from the pharaoh's building projects suggest that the married either shortly before or after Akhenaten took the throne. Let's see. It explains why I'm so obsessed with research. That's for sure. Like, I'm over here saying, hey, not only am I associated in the bloodline of Queen Skoda, but apparently I'm associated with Queen Nefertiti. So that's cool.
You're giving Bill a run for his money, man. I think with all
Dude,
this royalty.
I swear every time Bill's like, I'm related to this person. I'm related to that person. And I'm just like, mic drop. I'm related to the woman who named Scotland, and then throwing Nefertiti. What up? Like, let me see if I can find that old book again, because I found so many interesting like stories on Scotland about it.
And then of course it talks about the Stone of Scone, and then Queen Skoda, and then it talked about the Son of the Black Prince, and it had the actual real translation of the Clan McPhee. I was just like, it took me like 3 hours to find it, but I ended up finding it, and it was a old library book, like super fucking old. And I like found it. It was like digitized online, and I downloaded it in a PDF, and I was just like, "What? This is cool." Let's see. Let's see if chat's like Candy's delusional. Let's see. What are they saying? Serendipity and synchronicity. Why can I not say stuff today? Are real and weird. Yes, they are. I know what's going on, but I don't know why. The spiritual stuff is so bizarre that I can't even talk about it, mostly because it can't be explained. Yeah, you stay the fuck away from me with a 10-foot pole.
I've been watching it for a little bit. Lucky's been consulting Paul about his religious faith and getting him on the right track.
Okay, I'm just keep them away from me. That's all I ask. Hey, Galaxy's in chat. Thanks for the stream, chat. Be safe. Oh, later, Zozo. Sorry, I've been neglecting my chat room all night because I've been going down all these really interesting rabbit holes. Ben is just announcing he's hiding more gold than Forrest vended. Did he win? No. Did he win? Did he fucking win right now? No way. No way. No way. He did not. He did not just win right now. Am I missing this? Wait, what? Hold on. Hold, please. What the fuck is this little crazy person up to? Saw that one.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. Holy fuck. No way. No, I gotta text Ashley. I gotta text Ashley right now. He is not. His crazy fucking ass is not right now. No, no way. No way. Ashley's gonna murder him for one. I believe from the bottom of my heart his original message was get out and explore. Ben did not just do this. That's no competing doesn't matter. No, Benjamin. What is he doing? What is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Ashley, message me back. What in the flying fuck? Everyone. The $1 million hunt announcement? Sweet babe Jesus. They did not just do that. So every single person who doesn't believe in the possible has a moment in the sun for one of you. What? What in the hell fire? Oh my god, what is he doing? Okay, I'm screenshotting this just because I know Ben likes to base his stuff off of music. What is this boy up to? What the flying fuck? But that's just icing on the cake. The $1 million treasure hunt is going to be live soon. What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Okay, so did Ben hide $1 million worth of gold?
He just went live allegedly and just launched a $1 million treasure hunt.
Nice.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? No, Ben's trolling. Ben's trolling.
Well,
What?
I was going to say, no, I know how you guys are, but I'll just throw this out there. Coming from Buffalo Bill, I'll see it when I believe it. And even if I see it, I still won't believe it.
I don't know what he's doing. I can't tell if he won the DraftKings thing or I'm so confused. A bong bar? What? Okay, Ashley. Oh my God, what? Oh, what's going on? I've been missing all of this.
So he just announced it while you were live?
Yeah. So we decided $1 million hunt and Power and Apple wedding in 2023. Oh, okay. So Ashley and Ben are getting married in 2023 and they're going to launch $1 million hunt. What in the fuck did I miss while going down the George Fisher rabbit hole? What? And you know, technically, their hunt might be worth more than Fenn's because it's for actual million, not like sell money to make $1 million.
This
That's kind of weird.
explains why he moved to Arizona.
I was just gonna say that. Well, I know they moved to Arizona because they were looking for a different treasure. But did Ben really just win the draft fantasy football? So now he's saying, wait, okay, so before this, he said, I will be launching a minimum 500K treasure hunt by winter 2024. But then he went live and called it the $1 million hunt. I don't know what's going on. Can someone just tell me or update me, please? Because I'm fucking confused. I'm so confused right now. Oh, and now he's talking to John Collins Black, being like, my 50K, that didn't change either. My offer is real. What will you do? Oh, Ben's like, give me the olive jar, motherfucker. I can't right now. I can't. What is going on? Please explain to me. It's January 1st of 2023. It's the first day of 2023. Street, what the hell is going on?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Oh shit. Carrie's saying he's blocked on my stream.
Who is?
Carrie Galloway?
I haven't blocked anybody.
I don't think he's blocked.
I timed someone out the other night. I forget, Idaho Buffalo, or I can't remember who I timed out on your feed the last time we were on.
Are you sure it was my feed? It wasn't your feed? Because last night we were on yours.
No, it was last time we were on yours. I kept timing them out, and then they said something really fucking crude, and you're like, "Yeah, you're out of here." And then I said, "Wow, I forgot I timed him out for 300. I wasn't watching him come back in." I forget who it was.
I don't think it was Carrie.
No, it wasn't. No, I know for a fact I didn't. No. And I don't block them on your channel. I just time them out.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on right now. Did Ben really win $1 million?
Well, my first observation is that explains the move to Arizona because of different legalities from California and Arizona if you're going to formulate a treasure hunt.
No, well, no, because if he won $1 million, it was right now. He couldn't have foreseen into the near future he'd be winning $1 million.
How do you know he's winning $1 million?
As he's been playing the fantasy draft football shit for like the past month.
We're going to need to see the mega data picture without a screenshot so we can trace it, verify it with
That's what he's been doing.
Oh.
In Discord. He's been updating us every single time. Oh, did you see Galaxy in chat? He's like, Street, have you recovered from that whooping?
Yeah, I answered him.
Oh, you did?
I filed a formal complaint with the Office of Trivia. Oh no. Have you seen BA's latest community post? Toby said she filed today. Are you
No,
fucking kidding me?
I noticed that and I told him no, I hadn't watched it. I hadn't kept up on any of them today.
Sweet baby Jesus, I can't.
Wonder who she's trying to sue now. I'm kind of curious.
I don't. Where's Troy? I need Troy on here. Where is he? I'm confused. Like, what's going on? Is there more posts that I'm missing? I don't even know how to look that shit up. I thought we were already fucking done with this.
JK says he won it on a DraftKings bet, not fantasy football.
Oh, DraftKings? I don't know shit about sports, so I don't know what the fucking difference is.
DraftKings is a betting place for real games, and fantasy football is something different, I think.
Wait, so is JK saying Ben really won the $1 million?
That's what he said.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Ashley said in chat that Ben won $1 million on a DraftKings bet. That means a game, a football game or something.
Are you shitting me? Hold, please. Hold, please. What is the flying fuck? Hold, please. So that's real? Is real? Like Ben really just nonchalantly won $1 million fucking dollars? There's no way. I mean, if he did, I'm totally psyched for Ashley and Ben because they deserve it. But what?
Galaxy said he said Toby. Toby said in Ben's chat that she is going after the gold that belongs to her. I'm assuming he means Barbara. Barbara said in Ben's chat that she is going after the gold that belongs to her. That's crazy if that's true. I think you're gonna have to fight Bill over that. Dave Woodard and a bunch of other ones.
If you think about it, Street, Barbara getting a hold of the Seven Cities gold is worse than Spaniards getting a hold of the Seven Cities gold.
Same thing in my mind.
True, very true.
The Spaniards did do the Spanish Inquisition. That was part of Spain's religious roots.
Sorry, I'm finishing the rest of my sandwich and I'm also in shock right now. What is going on the first of the fucking year? What the fuck? I gotta go back into Discord real fast. What the fuck is going on? I don't. New videos out. The $1 million hunt announcement. I'm live right now. I can't watch it. I don't know what's going
on. I'm ready to call it a night, man. It's like 1:00 here. I was getting ready to come off anyhow, man. Check that out. That'd be pretty exciting.
Are you gonna go watch it too?
No.
You don't want to go try and solve Ben's $1 million hunt?
No.
Land's gonna be an issue for sure with you.
Yeah, I'm not interested in gold, man. I'm good.
Okay, well, it's been fun hanging out and torturing you with my research rabbit holes. I appreciate it, Street.
Always a pleasure, man, being tortured with research and knowledge. Love it.
You're like, one day this is gonna pay off because I'm gonna have more than $1 million. I'm gonna have 7 cities of gold.
People better hope I don't get on Jeopardy, man. I swear to God, I'll kill it.
Dude, we should have a Jeopardy. Well, you know what we should do? If we can't pull off the pool tournament, we should do an online Jeopardy type celebrity, fun celebrity trivia off.
Three
And-
people per round, and just as many people that join, just have three or four. They do four, don't they? 4 people.
Yeah, and like to buy in, it's like $100, and all money will just go to charity. And there you go.
There you go. That sounds fun. We could do that all day, depending on how many people join up.
I'm good until you give me numbers, then I'm fucking screwed. But if we can't do that, we just do something for fun. Even if we can't like bring money into the picture, we could just do it for fun. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, it would.
I will get to plotting, but I will keep you updated on whatever's going on with this $1 million whateverness.
Cool.
Okay.
Been a pleasure. Everyone in chat, take it easy.
Have a good night, Street. Bye, everybody.